Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen, and thank you for joining me for another journey into the world of shinobi. Before we begin, I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who listens, supports the channel, and enjoys these stories. Today's story is the final part of Naruto Corrupted. In this alternate universe, Naruto had experienced depression, lies, defilement, loneliness, and hatred by the time he became Genin. Being stripped in Orochimaru's bed of experiments didn't do his mind any favors, but it did leave him with his greatest power. Mokuton Naruto. This is a fan-made story inspired by the world of Naruto. All characters in the original universe belong to their respective creators. This narration is created for entertainment purposes as part of a transformative storytelling experience. The story itself was written by the Omnipresent sage, and full credit goes to the original author. If you would like to read the original version, the link to this story is included in the video description below. If you like my content and want to keep up with future updates, hit that subscribe button and don't forget leave a like if you enjoyed the video. It not only helps me but helps with YouTube algorithm. Now sit back, relax and enjoy. Chapter 20, Death and Ambition. Why do you really want to become Hokage? Tsunade asked Sasuke with an expressionless mask, her tone stern. I'm also curious about that, Jiraiya added, staring at the Uchiha. You have never displayed any desire to be Hokage. Where did this come from? Sasuke had known the questions would come, but his arrogance had dismissed them. Kakashi had warned him that without a proper answer, he wouldn't be made Hokage. The reason behind the desire always dictated on who became the next Hokage. If he couldn't be trusted, then Tsunade wouldn't allow him to become Hokage. No, the decision would be for Kakashi to make. Even as his sensei, the man had stated even he wouldn't select him as his successor. He said the same was for Naruto, but it was easier for the blonde. Naruto's motives didn't need to be questioned. He has functioned for the Leaf unquestionably before. Tsunade even sat behind that desk because of efforts from him. There was the issue of loyalty. But Sasuke believed he could solve this. Naruto told me that whoever becomes Hokage is one that is liked by the villagers. But there are circumstances in which he who becomes Hokage isn't well received, as in the case of his father. I just wanted to become Hokage because I thought it was deserving for Uchiha to finally be Hokage. But what I want is change. I want to lead this village, that the tragedies that occurred in the past do not occur again. That had to do with the Uchiha massacre, but Tsunade wasn't going to question on it because Sasuke didn't seem like he enjoyed talking about it. Is that? For now, yes. I am also trying to understand what it means to be a shinobi and the role of a village. So, it isn't just because you want power? I already have power. That kind of power and the power the Hokage has are two different things. One is having the authority and the other is prowess, Jiraiya stated. Orochimaru once desired the power because he could do his experiments without having to hide it. You understand the role the Hokage has? Naruto told him many times. Once you became Hokage, nobody dared question you. There was no choice in whether to follow orders. Shinobi were wired to follow the orders of whoever is Kage, even if they didn't like him or thought the orders were wrong. This was why people fought to have Danzo removed from the role. Even Jiraiya would have been forced to follow orders unless he wanted to abandon his loyalties to the Hidden Leaf or cause a civil war. Yes. I know. We will have this discussion again. But I'll be honest with you, it is going to be difficult for you to become Hokage. But that is just me. My successor will make a decision. For now, there are more important matters. Jiraiya took over. Last night, a message came from Kumogakure. Their remaining Jinchuriki has been captured by the Akatsuki. The summit has been brought closer. That leaves just Naruto. Sasuke frowned. If the Akatsuki brought all 8 Bija here, there would be nothing they could do about it. Those odds were just stacked against them. But the village wouldn't give up Naruto because to do that would be to doom the entire shinobi world. If he gets captured, it is over. That is why we are thinking of hiding him somewhere. I don't think he'll be receptive to that idea. So, he would refuse? No. If you ordered it, he would comply, even if he disagreed with the idea. But I do think his power is necessary for fighting the two leaders. We do not know their power. A risk cannot be taken with him. Jiraiya, Kakashi, and Guy are our best shinobi. They will be ready for anything, Tsunade said confidently. Much of it will be decided in the summit. We won't do everything ourselves. We've done far enough already. You will be going with me along with Jiraiya as my two guards at the summit. We leave tomorrow. I understand. You may leave. Wordlessly, Sasuke departed from the office. I still don't understand why he wants to become Hokage. He was always power-hungry, Jiraiya replied. But never the thought of Hokage. If he wants it, it is likely to happen when we are dead. I still don't trust him. No reasonable person would trust Sasuke with the power simply because he declared his desire. Most people who wanted to become Hokage never made it to the role. You were appointed and did not appoint yourself. There was a lot Sasuke had to learn. He wasn't yet at time, but would eventually get there. Whether this ambition would bear fruit was something to be seen. My thoughts exactly, Tsunade said in agreement. We have much bigger issues to think about. But we should consider having someone keep an eye on him. I'll think about that. Didn't you say that you trained a Rinnegan user? Do you think there is some connection? Those eyes are legendary, and it would be somehow to think they would appear twice. Nothing would be crushing that learning someone you trained has become so corrupted that they would consider even bringing the elemental nations to their knees. Nagato had possessed the Rinnegan back then, but Jiraiya had learned he was dead. Maybe that was false. The thought made him want to head straight to Amigakure immediately. If it was indeed one of his students, he would have to correct things. Maybe there is connection. Worrying is that Naruto and Sasuke seemed sure the leader is there, in the rain, but made no attempt to go there. It would be dangerous. We do not know anything about the village. If Naruto got captured, it is over. Now I am more convinced than ever that even you should not go there. Nara compound. I feel like I've been ganged on, Naruto said in a casual tone, sitting on a cushion. Shikaku sat across him, Shikamaru on the sides. The room was quiet, empty of any other furniture. I'm sure you can find out way through things, Shikamaru replied. Smiling, Naruto responded. Not at all. Even I get uncomfortable when I'm surrounded by two geniuses. People who think rationally unnerve me. Shikaku wanted to point out that to manipulate such a person, you'd have to be perfect or play on their weaknesses. Nobody was perfect. Even a once-in-a-generation genius like Orochimaru had his flaws. Mostly his arrogance, but it was the one thing that led to his downfall. Before we get to it, I'm curious about the Sharingan. Naruto had it implanted, but now he no longer had it. Shikaku-san, you're the only person, aside from the Umbu commander, who would trust my word. Do you think people wouldn't suspect me if I walked around with an eye that could manipulate people without anybody noticing? The human mind works in a funny way. We can get along today, and one little wrong, you start questioning everything else. Always conscious of the things around him. Perhaps that was why Naruto excelled in manipulative games. Then again, as far as Shikamaru was concerned, Naruto had always taken some joy in pressing people. Those little games seemed innocent then. One could look at it as Naruto learning to understand what ticked off people. It was a little scary, really. He was the one who was a little uncomfortable. The thought that comforted him was that Naruto had never pressed him. You got rid of it then. Better that way. Not that as was necessary, Naruto added with a smile. Do you mean for your son to be involved in things? I doubt there is another reason than that. I'm trying to motivate him to be involved. At the moment he does nothing but serves on request. I see. Naruto faced Shikamaru for a second, his expression unreadable. He then smiled and spoke. I've had time to consider a few proposals. He removed a small sealing scroll from his pocket and rolled it toward Shikaku. You can study them later and provide feedback on where improvements are needed. For now, it is just a general overview of the proposal. The main idea is to ensure that Konoha becomes functional on its own without depending on the feudal lord and set out clear structures to ensure the village is run smoothly and the Hokage is removed from certain duties. The easy part is the revival of military police. But it becomes inclusive rather than being of a select clan. Funding is necessary. Shinobi employed need to be paid. In that case, taxes need to be implemented to fund essential services. It would be helpful if the academy can have a class introduced to teach those who prefer to take part in the military police. Another way to secure their funding is getting into an agreement with the feudal lord and him hiring military police to police the Fire Country. Bandits, mercenary, they are always up to no good. Military police can be paid to handle such matters. After a minute of silence, Shikaku replied. It would be easier to form military police given we once had it. But if military police also handle bandits, it means there won't be missions by towns and small missions to tackle them. Those missions make a lot in terms money for the village. It is about creating rules and restrictions to what the force can do. As within the village, there was always restrictions. You mean even if the force is there, they wouldn't necessarily be in charge of rooting them out, unless directly hired? Yes. They can simply alert those that need to be alerted. It is about keeping a low force that can track movements, handle things that need to be handled, but also minding that shinobi need to do their missions. It would be easy to create this, but funding will be a slight problem as their pay would have to come straight from village coffers. But if the feudal lord gets to pay for some of it, it might be easier. The problem would be getting him to agree to it. Naruto shrugged. Everyone wants a country that is safe, and the feudal lord will want to pay for a service he sees. Besides, I brushed on the matter with him when he was here. The problem might be convincing his council. I'm afraid they might be an obstacle. And yet you say that with indifference, Shikaku said. There are ways to convince them, Naruto said, but didn't elaborate. Village structure, succession is fine. But we've seen problems. The most powerful usually becomes the Kage. But that is a problem. Because you're powerful doesn't mean you're a leader. That is why I believe we must take some responsibility from the Kage and hand them to other people. The Kage does everything, which is problematic. They get overloaded with responsibility and a workload that needs a couple of people. They focus on other things and neglect others. The Hokage shouldn't be getting involved in the academy. What is the role of the Jonin commander? He shouldn't even be assigning Genin to Jonin sensei. The Jonin commander should handle such duties and then inform the Kage, who can make changes where he sees fit. The Jonin commander must handle Jonin matters. The Hokage shouldn't even be handing out C-rank missions, unless they affect the village somehow. The Jonin commander should be dishing out Jonin-level missions. A hierarchy structure is important. The Hokage must delegate. You can have the Hokage at the top. Below him you have Jonin commander, Anbu commander, Chunin commander. These four can also serve as advisors in terms of security matters. If you're going to have the military police force, then the commander of the force should be up there. Shikamaru took his time digesting everything. He wondered if whoever is Hokage would be happy with the delegation. All these people report to the Hokage. The Hokage wouldn't have time to check every little thing that happens. If we have a Chunin leader, he'd also be responsible for the academy education. That is someone who oversees the training and education of Chunin and Genin. Shikaku then added. The Hokage would be responsible for appointing these people and dismissing them at will. Loyalty is important. You also don't want to give the Jonin commander too much power. Power does change people. Naruto smiled at the thought. Shinobi are built on loyalty. You've never heard of a civil war before. Everyone is loyal to their village and Kage. That aside, the Jonin commander has no power to tell Jonin what to do. The Chunin leader only oversees the academy, and that Chunin are proper. And Danzo? A special case, and he was only allowed to do anything because the Sandaime permitted him. Anbu are absolutely loyal to the Kage. Had he permitted it, they would have brought that man to face the music. Everything moves because of the Kage. If there is a troublesome Jonin, and the Kage says he must be untouched, nobody will do anything. If there is something to happen even within the military force, Anbu would have the power to stop it, as it is their role. But they can only move if the Hokage moves. Military force could arrest anyone within the normal shinobi force but not Anbu. Because Anbu are specifically trained, they are always loyal. If not, they just go rogue. So, the Hokage, through Anbu, maintains a clear vision of what happens in the village. Indeed. What of clan heads? What about them? Naruto asked. You don't think they deserve any power? They already have political power. I don't want to create a situation where clan heads have so much power that they are able to overpower a Kage. Naruto said with a slight shake of his head. This leads us to something of a question. I have debated this thought. The Kage is absolute. No one has the power to remove a Kage from their position. What happens when somehow another Danzo gets into a position where he becomes Hokage? You think a mechanism should be implemented to remove a Kage? I think, but I debate the idea. If the people below the Kage get power hungry, they could try to remove him. I decided it wasn't a good idea. But unless the Kage has committed crimes, leads the village in needless wars, then the feudal lord can make a call. But that is only an emergency power, to be exercised with the commanders. It took some time. Shikamaru felt spent just talking. Naruto seemed to have the answers, even when holes were pointed out. The focus was on giving the village a proper structure once the Hokage wasn't burdened with things he shouldn't be troubled with. And then there were the taxes. The flow of money in the village. It was an unfamiliar subject for him. He was good with strategies for battle, not taxing civilians and shinobi alike. Reading books was important. Once the blonde had departed, he let loose of a long breath. He would have to stay indoors for a couple of days, just to rest from this kind of mental exercise he had done. Protecting borders, huh? It is as if he recognizes that Konoha can't do without the money from the feudal lord. But instead of just giving it, he creates a service in which the feudal lord pays. You saw with Suna, support from the feudal lord is always important. But when they are just paying for a service, it reduces their level of influence. At some point, they'll get to the point where they can't imagine the borders of the country not being protected. Their safety is important, Shikaku replied. It is a matter of making them see that it is necessary. But the major point here is ensuring that Konoha's shinobi are used. When the majority of shinobi are doing missions, they'll have money to spend on the markets. More goods will flow into the village. More money reaches the coffers of the village. Civilians understand this a little better. I'm not sure any Kage will be receptive to some ideas. But some they'll take. It will give them time to rest. Yes. So, what did you think? Konoha can become a well-run village. Training is in the hands of Jonin-sensei once students become Genin. But the Hokage can't oversee all Genin to see if they are getting proper education. Changing things in the academy a bit also ensures that finer shinobi are produced. Shikamaru smiled. With what he is proposing, I wouldn't have passed. I'm sure even Ino and Sakura wouldn't have become shinobi as well. The graduation exam doesn't really do much. We are fed simple things which in turn doesn't prepare us for the real world. It doesn't have to be anything cruel, but a proper training. It would reduce the gap between those who can afford private tutors and those who can't. The Sandaime lessened the burden because he believed we were no longer in war times and thus no longer needed hush training. In turn, he made things too easy. Most of us were not ready when we went to our first missions outside the village. True, we are not at war. But we are shinobi, the risk to our lives is always there when we do missions. We could even die participating in the Chunin exams. Any Genin can go. There is no one who can say you're not yet ready. There should be someone who overlooks these teams and recommends to the Hokage which teams should enter Chunin exams. If your sensei believes you can do it, sensei will always believe in their students. We weren't there but not ready. Others who were unfortunate died. If there were proper structures instead of leaving it to the Genin to choose for themselves, some people wouldn't lose their lives in the exams. Shikamaru closed his eyes, trying to visualize everything Naruto had just said. Perhaps to say the blonde wasn't at his level at a strategic level was a little misleading. When it came to dealing with people, Naruto was much better. But he still had a question. Why was Naruto even making such plans? If implemented correctly, they would benefit the leaf greatly. But given history, why was he making such an effort? That Sasuke wanted to become Hokage still puzzled him. That was one of the greatest magic trick he'd ever witnessed. What is his motive? Shikaka smiled. Not something ideal, he said indifferently. Because he can. And maybe just to see what would happen if things went that way. It isn't that he wants to see the hidden leaf successful. He is more curious about whether it succeeds and what happens thereafter. I've always maintained he is a troublesome person. Sunagakure. Gaara stared at the village streets, peaceful, not yet thriving, but going there. The feudal lord offered unconditional support. The villagers played their part. Shinobi gave their all. And he cruised through the mountains with sleepless nights, a watchful eye, and with a hole in his heart. It could have been shattered. Things could have just gone downhill. And he may not have had the strength to become Kazekage. Gaara had lost a brother. He nearly lost Temari. He was grateful she'd survived. Barely, as it was, but Konoha came through. And for what, he would be eternally grateful. He's gone on a rampage in the village. And yet, they still saved his sister's life. And they were not merciless. He could thank Tsunade for that. Everyone has gathered. Gaara glanced behind Baki. He stood atop of the Kazekage Tower. The village council was supposed to meet. Those people schemed behind his back. Some plotted for his death. He may no longer be a Jinchuriki, but there were people who were still out for him. People who were still afraid, even after everything. Tell me, am I being soft? Why do you say that? People within the village's council actively plot against me. Even going to the feudal lord. Some of them will even try to stab me with a knife if all else fails. And yet I've not yet ordered for their execution. Baki would have done it long time ago. Those people were committing treason. And the lack of action motivated them to do as they pleased. Some were emboldened by the fact that they have given their money for the recovery of the village. Now that it was no longer Konoha's enemy, and toward a path of greatness, they wanted Gaara gone. It was unacceptable. Those were just his thoughts. Gaara held the keys. Soft, yes. That is true. Normally, such people would have been executed long ago. But you have your reasons. Selfish reasons. I am supposed to be thinking what is best for the hidden sand. Not for my conscience. What if you have them killed? You've earned the trust of the shinobi population. There might still be some who mistrust you, but the majority welcome you. Yes. If we had those people killed, it wouldn't cause a huge incident. But those who still support them will act recklessly. We can't afford any incidents now. The village needs to stand strong, united. Is this why you want to try to reconcile with them? Yes. And I am responsible for my actions. I was flawed and hurt many people back then. I must atone for it. That is your responsibility toward the village, not the council and those who sympathize with their cause. I just don't want to do things in a bad way. If I kill them, someone else will be coming for me. You must remember, Gaara. Words cannot convince everyone. Even if you do everything you can to win over some people, some cannot change. Keep that in mind. What happens when you forgive them but they do not forgive you? Do you let them kill you? Baki stared in a cold gaze. If you let them do as they please, what happens to Suna? You're Kazekage. Your duty is to the village, not your conscience. Baki delivered those last words with brutality. He suffered in the hands of Danzo and nearly died. The Sandaime spared his life. He was back home now after serving his time in Konoha. He wouldn't allow his sacrifice to be wasted because of some fools who couldn't get over their hatred. Gaara would hate him. At this point, he wasn't needed. Baki thought the village was moving toward a good path. It could function on its own. He could die without regrets. If Gaara didn't want to do it, Baki would do it. For now, let us entertain them and hear what they have to say for themselves. Naruto's house. When Naruto arrived at the house, he found Ino there. You welcome yourself now? He asked, finding the girl lying on the couch, looking out of breath. I'm tired and didn't want to go home. Training treating you badly? I should have joined you and Karen. Ino replied in a tired tone. She opened her eyes and saw Naruto standing beside her, his eyes staring down at her form. Where were you? I was out seeing my other girl. Ino snorted. You're many things Uzumaki, but not unfaithful. Naruto laughed. That's a strange thing to expect from a shinobi. Shinobi lie all the time. I also lie to you when it is convenient. Ino sat up, meeting Naruto's stare. She was sure he was just trying to poke her. But Ino knew Naruto did have some tastes. He could talk up anyone. He was a manipulative bastard anyway. Even so, she didn't think he'd be with another woman, not when she was around. She didn't expect him to even bring another person. He was loyal to her. If you dare do that to me, I will track down the whore and torture her to death, she said in a cold tone. Naruto just smiled and leaned over, kissing her on the forehead. How adorable, he said. Let me entertain my guest. You have a guest? Yeah. Sasuke, Naruto replied, turning away from Ino. He noted Ino was following him with a rather stern look on her face. He didn't want her hearing anything Sasuke wanted to say, but he wasn't going to kick her away if she wanted to peek. When they arrived at the back of the house, Sasuke had his eyes closed, hands folded across his chest and leaning against the wall. Ino went straight at. That's rather rude of you to come into someone's house and not even greet, Ino said to Sasuke. Sasuke didn't open his eyes to acknowledge her. Ino looked exasperated for a second. I give up. It seems you've just become a lot more gloomy in your return, she said. Anyway, listen to me very carefully because I am not going to repeat myself. Sakura is my friend and she loves you dearly. You're going to respond to her instead of just ignoring her. She is growing and the more you keep quiet, the more you give her hope. If you don't love her, don't make her hope. She is just going to be miserable and won't move on with her life, Naruto replied. If he crushes her hopes, she is going to be miserable and picking her up won't be easy. The truth is necessary, but in her case, it might deal her some psychological damage. I know, Ino said firmly. But she needs the truth. As her friend, I will support her. It is the only thing I can do. She then glared at Sasuke. Do this one thing for her. Just think about someone else for a change. After saying that, she turned away, rather dramatically, and then left. Naruto shook his head and then settled down gracefully. Aren't you supposed to be sitting at home? Had a chat with Shikako. Besides, I'd go crazy if I was just lazing around the house. There is no freedom of movement, Naruto replied. Am I that selfish? That's a surprising question coming from you. Did you drink before coming here? Alcohol doesn't treat you kindly since you never got used to it. I'm serious. So am I. Seeing the sharp glare from Sasuke, Naruto smiled. Yes. You do things only for Sasuke. This is why I told you if you want to become Hokage, it would be difficult. You should have noticed this already. Yeah. No one trusts me. But if everything else failed, Naruto would have become Hokage and then appoint him as his successor. There was no other option. What do you say to becoming commander of military police force? You work hard, and become respected in the village. Isn't that something the Uchiha once led and we were not liked because of it? Nonsense. Naruto shrugged. But yes, your clan once controlled the force. I was just with the Hokage, and Jiraiya, they never said anything about it. If you're going to be dealing with those people, learn a little bit of respect. Tsunade is Tsunade-sama. Jiraiya is Jiraiya-san, Naruto said in a sharp tone. You don't have to mean it. But that you wouldn't mean it represents a problem about your personality. If you cannot respect Tsunade's position, then even I wouldn't put an effort in getting you what you desire. At any rate, they didn't mention it because it is something I am working with Shikako-san. Sure, he is going to recommend me for the role, but I wouldn't take it. It's too much of a job and I don't want to be tied to a role. You've been busy it seems. Aren't I always? Naruto asked rhetorically. You just need to know which cards to play and when to play them. The village is massive. Anything can happen. I'll take it. Good. I'll push things at my end. Then, is there something? I'm going to the Kage summit with the Hokage. She wants me to be her guard and you'll remain here. Bummer. Naruto frowned. I would have liked to feel the atmosphere where all Kage have gathered. They are supposed to be the most powerful shinobi. They can move mountains. Sasuke rolled his eyes. You just want to say something nasty just to provoke them. I wouldn't dare. I've been told it takes simple things for war to start. Naruto replied innocently. Why are you going, not me? She is afraid something might happen to you. And given her questioning, if there is an agreement of hunting down the leaders at the summit, you won't get involved. And Kumo has also lost the 8 tails. Not surprising. Naruto put a hand on his chest. His heart rate spiked for a moment. I'm either afraid or a little excited, he said to himself. There might be a suggestion that I should just get killed before they hunt down the leaders. Even if it would be shameless, it is not irrational. Yes. As long as I am alive, the threat remains. But if I die, they can deal with the Akatsuki in leisure. There'll even be room for failure. What happens when other Kage decide they won't cooperate unless you're dead? They might make the threat, but they are not going to action it. All of them recognize the danger of the Akatsuki. Whether I am alive or dead, the organization needs to be dealt with. A isn't going to permit the organization that took his beloved brother to run loose. Naruto smiled. Well, you can always remind them. I'm not you. Spineless. I'm just not filled with mischief. If things came to the demand of your death, you'd dare the Kage to kill you themselves. Well, if they want me dead, they must do it themselves. Sasuke shook his head. That man appeared before me and tried to tempt me. I'm afraid he might try again. He may even appear before the Kage summit. Sasuke said. You think he will? Yes. Then it would be better if we go with Kakashi. I checked his kamui, and the abilities are similar. It may be beneficial to have him by the side if he does appear. We can get rid of him then. You need to convince the Hokage of that. I will, Sasuke replied. Then it means there is some relation between the two. As far as I know, Kakashi-sensei got his Sharingan from his teammate who is supposed to be dead. Did someone find him and take the eye? Or did he somehow manage to escape death? But if he escaped death, what would cause him to turn into this? I don't know. We have to do more investigation. That is your role. And yours is manipulating people. Don't say such things, Naruto replied. I suppose I have to be careful. There is a chance I will get attacked while you're away. Because of this, I will need the Yada mirror. It may come in handy to save my life. You didn't say this to anyone, Sasuke said of the threat Naruto feared. And neither will you. If I say anything, they'll take measures to keep me hidden. At any rate, it is a prime chance to take the Kyuubi while the Kage are meeting. I'll have clones watch the outskirts of the village just in case. You confident you can handle it? Naruto raised an eyebrow. You want me to step on your throat to remind you of my power? Sasuke's eyes shifted into his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Try it. Naruto laughed. Just hand over the Yada mirror. I can take care of myself. If not, I can always retreat. You really have no pride to say something like that with a straight face. I pride myself in my ability to remain alive. Naruto shrugged. After this, the feudal lord needs to be put in line. That way, plans to transform can proceed smoothly. I thought you were busy with it. I was merely laying the groundwork. One must always be careful not to raise suspicions. Once people become suspicious of you, it becomes difficult to work around them. When Naruto walked back into the house, Ino was waiting for him with an expressionless look on her face. He matched her seriousness before asking, "Were you listening?" "No." "Why the look?" "I have something to ask." "Ask away." "Can we have dinner with my parents? They want to meet you formally." Naruto stared at Ino, unblinking. That came out of the blue. Sure, he'd met her mother, and has exchanged some conversations with her father, but nothing ever serious in a way she was suggesting. It gave him an unpleasant taste in his mouth. He wasn't worried about being liked or not. There were no such issues. It was just that this was a serious step. "When? Tonight?" "That's stretching it. You shouldn't ask if you're going to give such responses." Ino stared. "How about tomorrow night?" Naruto adopted a thoughtful look. "No." Ino folded her hands across her chest. "Do you even want to meet my parents? Have I not met them? But this time, you'll be at their mercy. Saying it like that makes me not want to see them." Ino smiled. "I wouldn't have said it if I didn't believe you could handle it. You can talk your way out of anything. I'm sure you'll be able to handle father. Mother has heard all the good things about you." "I see. I'll tell you when. There are matters of importance that I must solve. More important than our life together." "There is no life together if I'm dead," Naruto replied a bit harshly. He noticed given Ino's reaction but didn't dwell on it. "Anything can happen, Ino. The Akatsuki could invade this village any day now. I want to sort that out before giving myself hope. I am powerful, but I am not God. I am just a mere mortal. You stick a knife through my chest, and I will bleed to death." Ino stared. "You hardly worry about such matters. You've always been confident of your abilities. I still am, but I understand there are limits. There is much I don't know about enemies I must face." He smiled. "Who made the decision?" "Father did. And I thought it would be best if we all got together. My parents worry." "You did leave with me," Naruto pointed out. Maybe it was given for her parents to worry that she could leave again. She was her mother's daughter. He had to acknowledge this much. "At any case, I don't have a problem with it. What is surprising is your maturity in saying this and how you said it. It's making me feel uncomfortable. Very funny. Should you be out in the open like this?" Naruto glanced at Jiraiya for a second before staring back at the memorial stone. A bottle of alcohol beside him. He didn't try to get drunk often, but he had his moments. When sadness overpowered, misery haunted him, he felt the urge to drink a little. Today was no special day. It was just another day. The sentiments boiling inside of him were the special emotions. Both his parents were buried. Dead to never rise. And he was staring at a future in which he could become a parent. "If you're here, it means Sasuke was successful in convincing Hokage-sama to take Kakashi-sensei with." Naruto really did want to be there. Maybe he should have sent a clone. To watch Kage bickering about the way forward. The blame game being shifted around. He was going to miss the drama. It would have been amusing to watch. But here he was, locked in this village, waiting for the inevitable attack by the Akatsuki. Yes, he was. She was concerned about letting him go as he is her successor. Jiraiya sat down beside Naruto. He was truly a failure of a sensei. He allowed his student to die. Then failed to protect his son. Yet Naruto was here. He was certain Minato would have been thrilled at how powerful his son had become. Kushina would still worry as if he was a genin. Mothers were like that. Understandable. If both die, the village suffers greatly. But I don't think anyone could manage to tag out the Sharingan duo. Anything is possible. The idea that one cannot be defeated often leads to misfortune. Naruto smiled at the stern words. "Aged and wise men offer good value of lessons," he said. "I must admit, we've grown so powerful we think nobody can defeat us. But that is false. I am aware of this much. A superiority complex truly is a difficult demon to muster. You didn't have that before. A certain Uchiha rubbed off me the wrong way. I didn't think you could be influenced like that." Naruto laughed. Nobody is absolute. We just try the best we can to stay resolute to our convictions. But we're alive. We're humans. We're constantly learning and growing. Change is inevitable. It is a mere question of whether it is good or bad. He picked his bottle, took a sip, and then put it back. Tell me, how was my father's mood when he knew he was going to be a father? Jiraiya smiled, reminiscing the good old days. Minato had been ecstatic. Kushina thrilled and yet a little afraid. Both had dreams. Desires of how they'd raise their child. But none of it was realized. I'd never seen your father happier. Your mother as well. Both had looked forward to seeing you born. Jiraiya stopped himself from raising his frustrations. Now was not the time. This had nothing to do with him. I see. I can imagine. That is all I can do, he said. Do you think I'm too young to be a father? You didn't knock up your girl, did you? Ha ha, not at all. I am just thinking about when would be the right time to be a father. I look forward to it. That is my future. The one thing I truly desire. I'm surprised that is all your desire. I've been in many places. I went to desiring to just be acknowledged, to wishing I was dead. Sometimes, just thankful I am alive. What I have achieved is more than enough. Given everything, I just want my happiness. But, he smiled sadly, I'm afraid of losing it. My father was the fastest man. Yet he couldn't save mother. He was forced to sacrifice everything. I don't think I can. That is why I don't want responsibility. When you're in a position of responsibility, that duty becomes first. And usually family comes second, Jiraiya said in a hardened tone. To be afraid is natural. We don't know what will happen tomorrow. But if we simply remain still, nothing changes. The hope of what could have been kills you. You don't want to live a life full of regrets, Naruto. You will become like me or Sensei. To die in misery, huh? Sensei always thought he could never atone for his mistakes. He had many regrets. Such is life. Naruto glanced at the Sannin. What is your greatest regret? That I was not around on the night you were born. Had I been around, I would have been the one to die, not Minato. Nothing changed from being hounded by regrets. It was just misery. People had to accept that humans had limits. They were not omnipresent. They could not do all. You always wished to protect the things you valued the most, but sometimes, it was just not possible. Accepting this much didn't give anyone hope. In fact, you'd never try. Hope inspired people to act. Naruto didn't really have any interest in soothing Jiraiya's miserable heart. He had his reasons for asking. Without warning, he changed the subject. What do you think about Sasuke becoming Hokage? I don't think about it. Is that so? Naruto smiled. I suppose that is to be expected. It comes out of nowhere. The guy has always been selfish and hungry for power. You don't want that kind of person becoming Hokage. And yet you'd support him. He is my friend. Sure, I support his dream. Why? Because I'm curious. For now, I can watch and help him struggle to make it happen. On the flip side of things, he has ideas on what a Kage should be and how a village should conduct itself. Whether he can make it as a leader remains to be seen. But at the moment, he is not a leader. Sensei used to say you understood him better. It's always best to study those around you. You twist them when necessary. He grinned slyly. He needs to grow. Understand things a little more. But that isn't important at the moment. We have to first navigate through this situation. You don't sound too confident. Confidence is one thing I've never lacked. But when facing an opponent that I know nothing about, I worry. I may have all the power, but someone weaker can still be the death of me. Life is fragile. It can end easily. We don't break easily in battle, but in circumstances where we know nothing, we break easily. Is this why you decided against going to Amigakure? Yes. Naruto nodded for emphasis. You don't want to walk into a hole you don't even know how deep it is. Even if you manage to land safely and fend off against the threats, You might end up dying because you can't climb up. I don't want to die yet. I want to get married. Have kids. Watch the world change as I grow old. Then I can die. Chapter 21 The Whims of War. Naruto's eyes sharply narrowed to the right, sensing a disturbance in the air flow around him. He saw a kunai, flying toward him with the speed of a bullet. He took a single step backwards, just slightly enough to avoid the projectile. He watched it fly past him with a gust, just inches away his nose. The second it zipped past him, 2 masked men materialized, flanking his back and front. Deadly fast, both holding short swords. The other lunged toward him from a crouching position, his blade stabbing toward his left knee. The second Umbu had appeared in a blur, slightly above ground just behind him. He was twisting, holding his sword with both hands, the aim was the back of his neck. Even in such speeds, high Jonin-level speeds, Naruto didn't consider it threatening. He was used to hearing static when Sasuke moved past him. He was used to blurs and chasing after shadows. He lifted his right foot in a swift motion, and then stomped toward the incoming blade. He caught the blade, slamming it to the ground while shifting to the right. His left hand was being raised. The sword attack from behind missed him, just barely, but it was enough for him to catch the Umbu on the wrist. While trying to pull the Umbu toward his front, the Umbu below had already discarded his sword, lunging with a kunai at hand. Naruto let go on the hand he held, and then vanished along with the winds. The two harmlessly collided while Naruto appeared beside a tree, and then leaned against it, hands folded across his chest. Killing someone as powerful as you really is difficult, the Umbu commander said, sitting on a branch above Naruto. But not impossible. More training. Speed. Though not the only thing that matters. But if you have speed and a sword, you can kill anyone. My father was successful because he could get behind his opponents and kill them fast enough before they could even detect his opponent. Not everyone can be that fast. There are techniques to be learned. Of course, only the best can learn them. Over the years, I have tried different methods to be fast. I have one, and I have no issues with sharing it. I don't even use it that often anyway. You would hand over such a technique? Why not? We could end up trying to kill you. Naruto shrugged. As if I would get killed by my own technique. Every jutsu has a weakness. Some can only be exposed by certain people. The blonde smiled. The thing with me is that you can't kill me with one fast attack. Unless you chop my head off my neck. Your ability to regenerate. I've only heard of it from Sasuke-san. Well, I'm not careless in battle to make a constant use of it that anyone would notice. I don't really get excited over battles anymore. When you were this strong, it was hard to find any opponent. But the Umbu commander figured Naruto just didn't enjoy fighting. He did once say when in battle, his purpose was to kill his opponent. So, there was no time on enjoying the battle, but finding the quickest way to end it all, despite all his overwhelming power. But speed and techniques mean nothing if you have no battle experience. Experience builds instincts, Naruto added. Instinct alone can be the difference between life and death. Then continuously sparring with you will help us in that regard, another Umbu said. It is only better if you're hardened in battle and used to operate in extreme conditions in battle. You will notice the difference when you get to dance with a Jonin. But you can't be too proud. Protectors of the village must be able to keep up with their Kage. Karen said you have a jutsu that can wipe out an entire village. During Iwa's Chunin exams, I executed a jutsu and made some explosives to go along with it. It gave me an idea. I have the chakra to do it. It's nothing special really, and I hope to never use it. He smiled. Well, against an army, it would be lethal. He imagined it for a second before continuing. Come by my house later. I'll give you scrolls on some jutsu I developed. Here comes trouble, Kakashi muttered, seeing the Yondaime Reikage stalking toward them. They had arrived around the same time, but not yet entered the building. Be cool. He lost his brother. As far as I am concerned, he loved his brother very much, Tsunade said, steeling herself for confrontation. If the Reikage had not underestimated the Akatsuki, he wouldn't be in this position. He had been warned but did nothing. Even when one of his was taken, he hadn't been bothered. But when they took his brother, he had willingly rushed to this place. Hokage. AI started with a hardened stare. Reikage. It has been a while since we last met. That time, you were pathetically afraid of a little blood. And you were a medic. He scoffed. It seems the others have already arrived. Let's get this done and over with. The two parties joined and slowly walked toward the meeting place. I thought you were going to come at me with accusations. In fact, you're a lot calmer than I thought you'd be. AI glared at Tsunade. He was barely able to control his emotions. He didn't want to let loose and ruin things. He understood the bigger picture. He, nonetheless, didn't say anything to Tsunade but just silently continued to walk. The Kage and their two guards. These were the leading powers. The people who decided whether there was war or not. The people who maintained their shinobi systems. Naruto had often pointed out to the power of the feudal lords, but Sasuke still thought if these people wanted, they could change things. No doubt, the blonde was a little disappointed he wasn't here. He lived for such moments. There would be hard-pressing questions. If Naruto was a Kage in such moments, he'd likely piss of the others for his amusement. Even if he was not, he would have made a remark earlier about the Reikage's pitiful attempts to control his emotions. We all know why we are here. There is no need to say anything else. AI started in a cold tone, glaring at the others. But before we get to it, do you have anything to do about this, Sachikage? You have been utilizing the services of the Akatsuki. I have nothing to do with this. Anoki replied with indifference. But you should ask Konoha. I heard from a reliable source that the leader of the organization is a member of the Uchiha clan. In fact, Uchiha Itachi and Orochimaru were once part of the organization. Both leave shinobi. All eyes turned toward Tsunade. The Hokage shot a glance at Sasuke, who just shrugged. She should have known it would come down to this. And curse Inoki for throwing the ball to her court. She didn't need this suspicion. We know there is an Uchiha who claims to be Madara. But you all know that Uchiha Madara became a missing nin. And he shouldn't even be alive. We know it is not him but do not know who it is. It is common knowledge that Itachi fled Konoha after committing a great sin. The same can be said about Orochimaru. We find it offensive that you would suggest Konoha was working with them in the sidelines. Shouldn't you know? He is an Uchiha. And you're the only ones who still have a Jinchuriki. Konoha still has a Jinchuriki because it can protect itself. Sasuke found himself saying. He was just a little annoyed over the fact that the Uchiha clan was brought up. His brother was already dead. There was no need to bring him up anymore given the sacrifice he made. Tsunade quickly took control over the situation to diffuse any tensions. Shut up, Sasuke. You will not say another word unless spoken to, she said sharply. If everyone here believes Konoha has something to do with this, then we will leave as there is no reason for us to be here. If we are doubted, then we're not going to go anywhere. She didn't think things would go that far, but she had to make it known to them that the Leaf would not tolerate just anything. Kirigakure does not have suspicion over Konoha. The Leaf has been actively hunting members of the Akatsuki, and I'm given to understand it has warned all villages concerned about the threat of the organization. Mei spoke. Casting suspicions on each other isn't going to solve anything. We are facing the greatest threat to the shinobi world never seen before. Never had one organization possessed 8 bijou. That is the threat we have to deal with. I agree with the Mizukage, Gaara said. We gathered here to discuss the way forward. Bickering and pointing fingers like children isn't going to take us anywhere. Anoki scoffed. A child calling us children, he said with disgust. But you're not necessarily wrong. Iwagakure has lost its Jinchuriki. There is the danger of the bijou being used against us. But we must first talk about what must be done to the remaining Jinchuriki. We need to first understand what the threat is before we talk about those measures, Tsunade said. Before you speak, Hokage, AI interjected with anger barely hidden in his tone. His killing intent didn't just made it clear just how serious he was. If it becomes clear that any of you had anything to do with the capture of my brother, and I find him dead, you will pay for it. Even if it means war. We will crush any. That doesn't help things, Inoki said. I am just stating my thoughts just so we are on the sama page. Are you not letting your emotions get the best of you? Regardless, you have heard me. You shouldn't hold out hope for his survival, Reikage-sama. I have experienced this myself. We die when our bijou gets extracted. The Reikage detected his killing intent toward Gaara, but he ignored it and turned to Tsunade. As you were, Hokage. Right. What we understand is that there was originally a beast called the Ten Tails. The Sage of Six Paths created the bijou out of it. The Ten Tails is unlike anything we have seen before. The Kyuubi is known as the most powerful. Kumo and IWA know this much, having repeatedly failed to capture it. It is often said with a single of one of its tails, the Kyuubi could level a mountain. But the Jubi is a different beast. The Kyuubi is just a child in front of it. While we like to claim the bijou are nothing more than masses of chakra, that is true to the Jubi. You know this how? The Kyuubi. There was silence. It was sponsored by the fact that they all considered bijou is nothing more than mindless beasts. How can we trust this information? My brother was united with his bijou. I know the bijou are not just mindless beasts, AI said. Having once been a Jinchuriki, I can confirm this much. Shikaku often communicated with me, the Kazekage said. Even if we cannot trust the information, we know nothing good is going to come out if all bijou were taken. Do you really believe this information, Hokage? Inoki asked with concern. Yes. Then there is only one option. The Kyuubi's Jinchuriki has to be killed. We cannot take any chances. If he falls, we are all doomed. That is what you're saying, isn't it? While Inoki had his agenda, it was the most reasonable step to take considering the circumstances. No rational person could argue against his point. I agree with Itsutsukiage. This is a sacrifice Konoha has to make. We have to hunt down every last member and kill them. But we don't know how much time this will take. Or even if we will succeed. But in the meantime, if the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki is gone, then we have nothing to worry about, AI said in agreement. A reasonable proposal, Mei said. It is indeed reasonable, Tsunade admitted. But Naruto was going to refuse and Tsunade wasn't going to dare ask him to die. He'd turn on Konoha in the blink of an eye. How do we hunt down the remaining members? Do you agree that your Jinchuriki has to die? This isn't just for Konoha but for the rest of the shinobi world. If Konoha is refusing, we will question your motives. You don't even need to agree to it. We can send people to do it for you. You only need to lead him to us. Inoki was insistent. I cannot make that decision. Naruto will make it, Tsunade said with a shake of her head. AI slammed his fist on the round table. You have no control over your shinobi. If you cannot make the decision, we will make it for you. Order Naruto to die. These people were ridiculous. Even if Sasuke would admit it was the logical step to take, such a move was a fatal one. His friend wasn't going to permit it. Sasuke wouldn't even partake in such an activity. It was just too dangerous. A noble course for the shinobi world? Naruto had no care for that. Even Tsunade understood that much. Killing Naruto isn't an easy thing. Sasuke, tell them. If you had proposed this in front of him, he'd laugh it off and remind you all that this happened because you failed to protect your Jinchuriki. Maybe even suggest you should all die for your failures. He would dare you all to come at him to kill him. If anyone attacked, he would kill them. Sasuke then released an incredible dense chakra that caused the walls in the room to crack. The Kage tensed. Some of the guards fell on their backs at the extreme pressure he exerted. The Kage had to release their chakra to remain calm. Even if I can do this much, he could dwarf my efforts. In fact, if he just raised his finger, this room would have been destroyed. The truth is, there is no one in Konoha who can match him in battle. All the more reason he should die. You can't have a shinobi you can't control. If Konoha can't do it, then we can send out efforts to do it together, Inoki said. He is currently in hiding. Somewhere where no one can go. Tsunade lied. We can make a plan on that. But what happens once we have defeated all the members of the Akatsuki? Every village gets its bijou. If someone takes from another village? It is a declaration of war. All in agreement? They all agreed. If any of you is unable to capture your bijou, Konoha is more than willing to help. For a price, of course. Inoki scoffed. Looking to profit even at such times. It helps things move quickly. But dangerous. You could capture our bijou, hold it hostage for an exorbitant fee. Some may do so under such pretext and refuse to release the bijou. Inoki reasoned. No one should hunt for a bijou that doesn't belong to them. Sasuke was certain there was no way they were going to stick to this agreement. There was going to be a race to hunt down bijou. There was going to be a war after this. If they succeeded in stopping the Akatsuki, of course. It was at the moment that Sasuke wished he could make the bijou disappear from this world. Konoha will send the two behind me and Jiraiya for the hunt of members of the Akatsuki. We ought to do this without delay. Kiri will send the two behind me. I will join, Ai said. So will I, Inoki added. I will also join, Gaara said. Good. We know one of them is located in the rain. Then we meet and head over there. In a week from today, we meet. Can Kumo, Kiri and Konoha meet at the Valley of End? Tsunade asked. Acceptable. Iwa and Suna will meet across the border between birds and storms. They were going to go the rain, a village they didn't know anything about. As far as Mei was concerned, the village was notoriously difficult to enter. I know we're talking about sending our best, but will it work? We are talking about a hidden village. We don't know what awaits us from there since we know nothing about it, Mei said with concern. It would be more dangerous if the bijou are located there as well. While I highly doubt it, I think they wouldn't waste time in summoning them to battle if they were losing. The Mizukage is right. Inoki nearly hit himself. He didn't consider this. Let this be a full-scale invasion of the rain. We're not going there to plunder the village. Just for the Akatsuki. The village resists, that's when we have to destroy it. But the core team has to go there first. In order to ascertain of the conditions in the village. We can't go there blindly, Tsunade said. The idea of an invasion didn't sit well with her, but there was no other choice. I'll have Jiraiya infiltrate the village as soon as possible. Hopefully, by the time we meet, we will be able to tell us something. You should send your spies so that when we meet, we can consolidate the information. How much of our forces are we contributing? 2,000 each. Kiri cannot mobilize that much in such a short period of time. We still have travel through the sea. I'm afraid the time for the assault will be too soon for our forces to move. We cannot delay this any further. Only one remains. But I understand the logistics of preparing an army. 10 days. Inland armies can be readied. Supplies will follow. We can demand the neighboring lands to prepare supplies as well. Kiri can join us later. Who will assume control? I will take charge of the elite force, the Raikage said. Is there anyone who disagrees? Nobody disagreed. If the Tsuchikage agrees, he can take command of the rest of the armies having experienced wars before. Agreed. The meeting ended quickly. Though it seemed like a good deal had been brokered, Gaara was certain things were just going to get worse, but it couldn't be worse than what the Akatsuki was planning. It was ridiculous that he was starting to think wars came and went. But the destruction from the Akatsuki may be something they never recover from. If he had absolute power, maybe like the Shodai Hokage, he could capture all bijou and then hand them over to their respective villages. That way, it would end the bijou race. Of course, they had to survive the Akatsuki. Gaara made a stop to speak privately with the Godame Hokage. What are you going to do about Naruto? We will speak to him. But he'll refuse to be sacrificed. You're not even going to ask him? Gaara asked. No. I fear him more than I fear the Akatsuki or whatever they are planning. We can only convince him to go into hiding while we deal with the Akatsuki. Tsunade admitted. Gaara nodded. As far as intelligence was concerned, Naruto and Sasuke were Konoha's most precious assets. Their power was unmatched. Sasuke was inclined to follow Naruto. That meant, if Konoha plotted against Naruto, the Uchiha would turn on the village. It would just be disastrous. But with their power, if he sticks with Sasuke, I think they can repel the Akatsuki. Tsunade added in a thoughtful tone. But we don't want to take that risk. Reasonable. Gaara nodded in agreement. I was thinking about what happens after we have dealt with the Akatsuki. IWA and Kumo are going to lead us into war. They won't be satisfied with just their own bijou. And we won't just let them do as they please. While there is cooperation, as soon as it ends there will be war. I think as much. This is why I propose we make steps to prevent such from happening. What do you have in mind? Konoha can capture all the bijou. The Shodai did it before. As a Mokuton user, it should be possible for Naruto as well. If he does that, he can hand them over, thus preventing a bijou race. Tsunade stared for a moment. She hadn't even considered that, but it was a good plan. She liked the way the Kazekage thought. She'd been thinking she would have to come up with war plans. If there was a way to prevent it, then she would go full throttle. We can arrange that. Kakashi glanced at Sasuke and then at Tsunade before staring at the way ahead. He was certain there was going to be one hell of a tomorrow that awaited them. But at least the Kage did agree to form a military power to fight against the Akatsuki. He was just worried about the fact that the Tsuchikage and Reikage were going to be there. If an opportunity presented itself, those two would try to kill others fighting along with them once the battle with the Akatsuki was finished. There was no question about it. If they tried with Sasuke and failed, the Uchiha was going to kill them. It would just lead to war. There were many reasons for war to begin. And Kakashi really wished this was all just a nightmare, and he would soon awake to the peace he has enjoyed over the past couple of years. What did the Kazekage want? He asked Tsunade. They were slowly moving back toward the hidden leaf. There was no time to rest. Konoha could be under attack now. The threat of war caused by the free bijou and a method to prevent it from happening. Tsunade sighed. I should have said something. It wasn't going to change anything. Sasuke replied. Naruto has always thought war was a possibility. One of the reasons I think he wanted to get rid of the Akatsuki himself. He doesn't want war? Tsunade asked with surprise. He seems to thrive in chaos. No question about that, Sasuke said with a slight shake of his head. But he wouldn't go as far as to engineer it. He does love his peace. And his chaos isn't one of bloody battles. It should be obvious by now that he doesn't go around flaunting his power. Inwardly, Sasuke snorted at the thought. Naruto was capable of anything. If the ends meant something he liked, he wouldn't be against engineering chaos. This was the same person who had a plan to control the feudal lords of the Great Five. If he was younger, he would certainly do it for his amusement, Kakashi added. The Naruto of old pretty much pressed all buttons if he found it funny. His sense of humor was unmatched. Not to mention, his freakish ability to twist people. Perhaps he learned this from Orochimaru. The Sannin was a specialist in controlling people. You hardly found any of his followers who didn't want to die for him. Of course, Orochimaru usually massacred the families of his subjects before making himself a savior. But Naruto applied his powers differently. He'd learned to understand people. These days, he rarely displayed such powers. But maybe it was because Kakashi didn't see much of him. You have a low opinion of someone who was once your student. Kakashi shrugged. You should know having read his report. Naruto is capable of anything. Even if you asked him, I doubt he'd deny it. Unless it would bring his loyalty into question. What are we going to do about the proposal from the Kage? What do you suggest? Get him to safety and say nothing about it. Kakashi then shook his head. It would work out. But I think the others won't hesitate to send assassins after him. The future of the shinobi world is at stake. What would happen if they tried and failed? Tsunade asked. Depends on his mood. Sasuke adopted a thoughtful look. He might shrug it off. He might make a meal out of it. Really, he can do anything from sensible to extreme. That unpredictable? When he wants to be. Sasuke couldn't figure out what Naruto had in his mind. It was problematic since he hardly revealed anything. Even when he was thinking, it was on the point of view of someone else. Is there really going to be a war? If all fails, yes. Simply because of the bijou. It was always about power and the bijou. Sasuke wondered what the solution of his brother would be. He shook his head. Itachi murdered his family for Konoha. It was best not to think of such a man in such circumstances. It wasn't a snide against his brother. They just differed on their approach. The Kazekage was coming with a plan? Yes. We will discuss it when we get home. For now, we focus on being safe. I'm just surprised no one appeared to disturb the summit. It is making me worry that they could be using this opportunity to attack Konoha for Naruto. You're right about that. The group of three leapt forward while twisting around. Sasuke landed in front of Tsunade while Kakashi landed behind her. The Godame was honestly impressed by Sasuke. Aside from one outburst at the summit, he has been well behaved and has been reasonable. It was different from what he was, at least in reports about him. Come out, the Uchiha demanded, glaring into the shades of the trees. Slowly, Obito morphed into view. I cannot let you go back to Konoha. Pain has to capture the Kyuubi. Tsunade gritted her teeth. Her utmost concern was Konoha. She worried the village could be destroyed. Hokage, you can go back to Konoha. Kakashi-sensei and I will deal with him. I was hoping he would show up. Sasuke was grinning. A pity Naruto would have wanted to face him. Are you sure about this? Yes. We can handle him, Sasuke said confidently. What if she gets attacked along the way? Is she not a Sannin? Sasuke asked with a raised eyebrow. Besides, he honestly didn't care if she lived or not. It changed nothing for him. Guy, Jiraiya are in Konoha. Naruto is there, Tsunade said. But I will rush back to Konoha. Don't take too much time. She then disappeared in a blur. Obito didn't chase. Tsunade was of no consequence in the face of Nagato. But these two could change things. We're the only Sharingan users alive today. This should be interesting. Yet he made no movement. But let us talk a bit. I was watching the summit, and have come with a conclusion you have surely. That there is going to be another war. We have no desire to hear a lecture from you. You probably want to talk about your plan and stall for time. Obito settled on the tree branch he was standing on. He was in no hurry to fight. His goal was within reach. There was no need to be on haste. Besides, he may never get another opportunity like this. Don't be in a hurry, Sasuke. He is stalling, sensei. And we can talk to him once he is defeated. He is not who he is. I know there is a connection between his Sharingan and your Sharingan. I want to know why and who is behind the mask, Sasuke said in a stern tone. Talking for now is pointless. Let us get ready for battle. Naruto Uzumaki, we have finally met. This flat voice with no hint of emotion reached a stone-faced Naruto the moment he appeared in front of the convoy of 6. He's been curious about the man named Pain, but he didn't think he would be staring at 6 of them. No, it was the same chakra presence. 6 damn Rinnegan. Technically 12. With a shake of his head, his expression changed slightly. The pleasure is mine. Though I suppose I would have preferred under different circumstances. Oh? Tende paused but chose not continue with the line. We have come for the Kyuubi. The hunt has captured all other 8. You're the only one who remains. It would be best if you let yourself be captured for the sake of peace. Naruto smiled. That was laughable. Pain had confidence. This wasn't going to be easy. It wasn't arrogance. It was just coming from a man who had absolute confidence in his power. Surely, The man knew about him, and yet, he didn't know a thing. It made him wary. But he had to dive into it. Normally, he wouldn't think about attacking, but this was delicate. He had to change tactics. As long as he allowed it to be comfortable for pain, he wouldn't know much about the man's power. Still, facing 6 people at once was a bit of an overkill. But all the more reasons he had to be sharp. I'm not interested in dying. Of course, if I didn't know what you intend to create, I would be curious to ask. He said so, clapping his hands together. You know what we intend to create? That was honestly surprising. But Nagato didn't show it. Of course. But maybe in the same manner. I just know if all bijou are sealed within the demonic statue, a terrifying power will be born. Are you sure you don't want me to help? Conan asked Nagato from their hiding place. It is fine. We're not far from Konoha. If this drags on, they'll come here. You need to stay close with me just in case. But without a doubt, this wasn't going to be an easy battle. After all, Naruto was a powerful shinobi who used Mokuton. Not to mention, he held the Kyuubi within him. There has also been a warning that Naruto may also be a Rinnegan user. Mokuton, Rising Forest. The ground began to tremble before large trees and roots protruded from the ground where they all stood. This forced the 6 paths to jump into the air to avoid being crushed by the trees. The paths landed on the roots, still separated. Naruto flashed behind the animal path, holding the sword of Kusanagi. He swung the sword in a quick slash, aiming toward the path's neck. Despite the swing behind in the blind spot, the path ducked under the swing. There wasn't even time for Naruto to be surprised by the swift dodge. A missile was coming in from behind him. He didn't try to dodge it, but motioned his left hand. A huge trunk burst out, forming a shide behind him. The missile collided with the trunk, bursting into an explosion that tore through it, sending splinters flying into all directions. Before the explosion could even hit, Naruto was forced to plant both feet on the roots before holding his sword with both hands to block a crushing kick from above. Another path appeared in a blur, falling toward him holding a black rod. The rod was stabbing toward his right shoulder. It then stabbed him, but the second it did, Naruto burst into a log. His senses worked overtime when he felt movement from behind. He twirled around, holding out his left hand and caught a high kick aimed at the back of his head. He caught the foot around the ankle. He then held his sword firmly, and tried to stab it through the throat of the path he held, but a missile was being sent his way once more. This time, he held the path firmly and twisted around, hurling it toward the missile. The collision resulted in an explosion. There was no time to enjoy the fireworks, as he felt himself being pulled by an invisible force. Within seconds, Tendu was holding him by his throat before slamming him hard into the roots. His body crashed, breaking the roots, but he did not reach the ground. Staring down at him, Tendu spoke. You're moving rather quickly. You're not known for attacking head-on like this. Against some opponents, I always proceed with caution. This strategy works for me. Is it working? Tendu asked, as a rod materialized on the palm of his hand. He then tried to stab it through Naruto's abdomen, but the blonde blocked the strike with the face of his sword. The second response came with roots lunging Tendu. The path didn't move but merely narrowed his eyes. Shinra Tensei. Boom! Naruto, along with the dense forest he had created, were blown away by the jutsu. Everything around the path was sent flying. Even with debris flying around it, the path slowly descended to the ground. The second it landed, the other paths landed beside it. Their watchful eyes on Naruto, having never lost sight of him. Naruto landed on the ground on one knee, a hand on the ground for balance. He was unharmed, but unsmiling. Well, this is going to be bothersome, he said to Kurama. He is a Rinnegan wielder. Of course he is going to be tough to beat. Naruto stood up. Let us something D. He was forced to jump into the air when a path shot toward him like a bullet, a chainsaw zipping through the air. The second he took off, a wooden spike protruded below him, ripping through the path's chest. The attack left it impaled and unable to move. While in midair, Naruto had to fold his hands across his chest to block a two-footed attempt to stamp him. The full force of the path's body slammed into him, breaking through his defense. The feet crashed into his chest, a loud blow that caused him to choke slightly before being sent crashing into the ground with his back. The crash left him buried, vision obstructed a little, but he could still sense movement around him. His eyes sharpened slightly when he saw a bullet of a human crashing toward him. Merciless, he thought before pulling himself slightly to roll over to the side. The path crashed into the ground, just on his left. He didn't even get to try to block the debris as someone dragged his right foot, pulling him into the air. He was tossed to the side like a piece of scrap. Naruto glanced behind and noticed the Tendo was waiting for him, its right hand outstretched. He forced his body to twist, to face the path. Biansho Tenin! The force of attraction did nothing but quicken Naruto's travel to the awaiting grip of the path. It caught him by his throat, pulled him up with such force he was momentarily surprised. As the path attempted to slam him into the ground, he grabbed the hand holding him with both his arms, lifting his legs as well. The time he had crashed into the ground, he had a lock on the path's hand, dragging it down with him before applying the force of senjutsu to tear off the arm from the shoulder. Two paths landed on the sides. The other dragged Tendo by its shoulder, pulling it away while the other leaned onto him, trying to stab him with a kunai. Naruto used the arm as a shield. The kunai pierced through the arm, but it gave him enough time to roll away and then disappear in a blur. He landed a distance away, with no attack coming away, and finally, he breathed. And then pulled out the kunai. Word about your strength has not been an exaggeration. This is the first time that two paths have been destroyed in such a short time, and the main path slightly damaged. Naruto shrugged. I didn't think they'll be controlled by a single person. I can see the chakra, and all of them are being controlled by a single chakra signature? Oh, you can see that? Senjutsu. Naruto replied with a wave of his right hand. Whether you see that or not, it makes no difference. Oh, it does. I know that after defeating these ones, I must still face another one. I suppose your partner as well. The Akatsuki works in pairs, yes? He could just decide to flee from here and go after the real pain. Knowing that these were just puppets was a nuisance. He took off the Tendo's arm, and it didn't even blink. A human would have screamed. There would have been blood gushing out. Fighting lifeless puppets didn't even motivate him to continue fighting. In fact, he was even considering just transforming into the Kyuubi and release 2 or 3 Baijidama. It would even things out. You think you can defeat God? Haha, you're the god. Being a wielder of the Rinnegan does make you reach certain heights, I suppose. The heights he should reach. Naruto had no interest in being God. Actually, there was no thought of that now. He just wanted to fight this man and just be done with it. Maybe before anyone comes to be of nuisance. It would be a bother if Sasuke or Jiraiya intervenes. You know about the Rinnegan? Some things. But not as much as you, I suppose. But I do wonder how you came to have such eyes. The Rinnegan is not some mystery power that is granted to some people. There is no god that rules humans and intervenes when it becomes necessary. It would be much better if there was a god. Indeed. There would be less misery and destruction in this world. But because humans do as they please, we are where we are. It appeared that Naruto was feeling a little bit chatty, or perhaps he was stalling for something. Earlier, he'd seemed as if he was prepared to go on a continuous attack, but that has come to an end. What raised Nagato's eyebrows wasn't that Naruto could tell he was controlling the paths from a distance, but that he seemed to have some information about the Rinnegan. According to his sensei, the eyes appeared in dangerous times to usher the world into a new path. Perhaps those were just ramblings of an idealistic man. If Naruto was willing to talk, could they talk about peace? It seemed as if the blonde had no interest in peace. Nagato could feel it. The blonde was powerful, and he wasn't the least moved by anything. Not that he'd done anything to worry him. Then why are you trying to stop me? My goal is to attempt to create a world where conflict will not happen. For that, I need the Kyuubi. You're playing with powers beyond your imagination. Do you understand the power of the Jubi? Jubi? Naruto frowned. Useless puppet. And to think the wielder of the Rinnegan would be used like this. The Uchiha is the one with the plans then. He must have fed you the idea of collecting the bijou if you don't even know that collecting all bijou recreates the Jubi, the original beast. You should know this, being the wielder of the Rinnegan. He stared coldly. I truly question where your Rinnegan comes from. I awakened these eyes. Nagato was surprised that Naruto knew more about the power he wanted to create. He said to recreate, then originally there was one beast. The tales of the 6 paths were true after all. Perhaps the idea that Naruto was also a Rinnegan user was true. If it was true and then, this was going to be a problem. It would mean Naruto could counter him, and might have more knowledge than him. You're not a child that you would believe that the Rinnegan just chose you because of your distress and awakened. Those are not just mere eyes that awaken. Such nonsense occurs only in fiction. Naruto caught himself getting frustrated. He was angry at Pain. How could he be this powerful and yet so ignorant? Mind tricks worked wonders in people. He sighed, pushing his frustrations away. You said once all bijou are sealed in the Geto Mazo, it would create a terrifying power. Do you even know if you can control that power? I didn't say anything about the Geto Mazo. Naruto blinked and laughed. A slip of the tongue. Regardless, do you think you can control the Jubi? Are you saying I can't control it? This wasn't really your idea, wasn't it? Nagato said nothing. Humans originally did not have chakra. Chakra was shared by the sage. Those naturally born with chakra at first were the sage and his brother. This followed by his children. The sage shared chakra with the rest of the world. Perhaps it explains why descendants of the sage have always been the most powerful. Who could compete with the Senju and Uchiha? What originally had chakra was the Jubi. You could say, the Jubi is the progenitor of all chakra. You all consider bijou as mindless weapons, but they are not. However, that phrase applies more pointedly toward the Jubi. Bijou have minds, they think. But the Jubi is just a mindless beast that will destroy everything. The sage defeated it, but after all, how long of a battle? Can your power even be compared to that of the sage? After saying those words, Naruto settled down, looking as if he no longer had any desire to continue to fight. Nagato knew his use of the Rinnegan couldn't be compared to the Sage of 6 Paths. He was honest with himself that much. How do you know that? Why is it you know this and have not done anything to change the world? Nagato asked out of curiosity. This was the first time he met someone who spoke about the Jubi. Not even Madara spoke about the beast into such detail. Of course, he knew the man had other plans, but he didn't think there would be more he didn't know. I'm a Jinchuriki. Of course, I'll know. Where does your Rinnegan really come from? You do not believe that I awakened these eyes, but it really doesn't matter. Perhaps. Naruto closed his eyes, reevaluating his plans. He hadn't thought he would end up facing Pain at a time like this. All but one were captured. The Jubi was close to being reborn. If Pain was doing it today, what about tomorrow? Sure, he could kill this man. And then disperse of the bijou to different locations. A race would begin among the Great Five, followed by war. There were sinister plots behind. What was the purpose of reviving the Jubi? Did that shadow have something to do with it? He had to work on the premise that both the shadow figure and the Uchiha knew. If you're here, then your benefactor is at the Kage summit. Kakashi and Sasuke should handle him. If he dies, there is no threat of his plan coming into fruition. Your plan becomes a reality. But it cannot happen if you don't hand over the bijou. Not necessarily. Naruto smiled. I'm truly not a kind person despite what I may think at times. I am rotten, haunted by my past even though I have killed those who made me suffer. The concept of right and wrong only matter when it is convenient. I have thought of my own happiness, it seems possible, but perhaps my heart may never be really satisfied. He paused for a moment. Forgive me my ramblings, he suddenly said to Pain. You have provided information that I didn't have before. Not mention, he stated confidently that Madara would be taken care of, then it was less of a problem for him. Still, was Naruto correct to say he didn't awaken the Rinnegan? Nagato didn't know if it made sense, but the blonde seemed confident. He was just not going to ask about it. It was irrelevant at this time. He was soon toward his dream. I have decided. I'll permit you to revive the Jubi. Permit? Didn't you say you would stop me and I can't control the power of the Jubi? Naruto had his reasons. He wasn't going to explain nor even bother to get Nagato to trust him. The man wanted was the power of the Kyuubi. I can give in to my whims at times. Naruto shrugged. But you say you do this for peace, yes? How do you go about this once the Jubi is revived? Nagato explained. Naruto scoffed inwardly. Foolish man. The Jubi would destroy everything. Pain had no idea of the power he was dealing with. Still, if he worked for his whims, he would be taking a huge risk. There was no telling that Kakashi and Sasuke would get rid of Master Uchiha. If they couldn't, and he handed Pain his price, they would face doom. Did he go out on leap and trust those two? For a long minute, he sat silently, wondering what he should do. Everyone desires peace. But Pain would not get it. He was a foolish man. He could do much better with the power of the Rinnegan. Instead, he was left to dance to the tune of another man. Let this not be the death of me. I have done many selfish things. I have spent the past years trying to help others achieve their dreams. Nothing noble but nothing sinister. I just thought I didn't get much help when younger. My life means more when those around me achieve the best they can. So, you'll let yourself be captured? Naruto shook his head. I only have half of the Kyuubi within me. The other half is within my father. You can have that half and work to revive the Jubi. Nagato really had suspicions about why Naruto would go this far. Nothing made sense. There were more questions than answers. But peace was right before him. If he could get the Kyuubi, then there would be nothing standing in his way. He would create his weapon and lead the shinobi world into a new path. But what was Naruto's agenda? Your intel on me should be obvious. I am not a nice person. And my history with the leaf means I have no loyalties toward it. In fact, after this, I will have the resolve to finally leave the village. I see, you're a Jinchuriki and you've suffered in the hands of the village. I too have some misgivings about the leaf. If it was destroyed, I would be content. My parents were killed by Konoha shinobi. And mine died for Konoha. At least in the case of my father. Naruto was expressionless as he spoke. He then did a couple of hand seals. Kuchios no Jutsu, impure world reincarnation. Pain watched curiously as a coffin slowly sprouted from the ground in front of him. When the coffin stopped, its lid opened. Blonde hair. There was no doubt this was the Yoname Hokage. Then Naruto was serious. He was going to give him the Kyuubi. Take it. I'll active it once you get out of here. If you do not, dealing with an impure reincarnation should be simple for the Rinnegan, even if that is the Yellow Flash. Besides, he is nowhere near his peak. I just don't want to deal with him. And this isn't the original reason I bothered retrieving his soul. One of the paths slowly walked toward the coffin and grabbed it, putting it over his shoulder. Without another word, the six disappeared. Naruto remained sitting. What have you done? Do you know what you have just unleashed? I told you the power of the Jubi couldn't be compared to anything. The sage fought it for months before he eventually sealed it within himself. Naruto barked in laughter. You sound flustered. Are you that concerned? The Jubi will destroy everything. That isn't going to happen. You just handed him the keys to do it. It was a swift turn away from his original goal. But then, did he even have a hidden agenda? He's always liked to be blank. Anything for amusement. Naruto shook his head. That was when he was younger. He'd become too serious. A glaring departure from his indifference. But it was life. People change. People grow. Just this once, Naruto was going to do something right. If he became the Jinchuriki of the Jubi, then there would be no race. Sasuke could focus on becoming Hokage without nuisance or the prospect of war. The Kage were going to agree on things, but the second the enemy was destroyed, they would abandon all deals and turn to their greed and lust for power. Indeed, I did. But don't think of it badly. I'm just going to let him revive it for me. I thought you had no interest in doing that? I don't. Talking to him made me realize that if I don't do something, someone will try to do it. And there will be much chaos. If the Bija suddenly disappear, then there is calm in the shinobi world. You surprise me. I didn't think you cared for the state of the world. I was under the impression that you'd be happy with the chaos. You were trying to do it. I just wanted to control all feudal lords and implement some changes in the shinobi world. Well, changes will be implemented in the Fire Nation. I have set things in motion. The others will copy it. I will make sure the feudal lords copy it. If the experiment succeeds, I can rest easy. If not, well, I tried. He shrugged indifferently. With pain, you should know I'm not stupid. I've always loved my life. I'll do whatever to preserve it. My happiness also means more than this damned world. If calm settles quickly, then I enjoy my quiet life sooner. I sent a clone to watch him. The second the Jubi is revived, I'll be there. When did you send the clone? During my first attack. It was good I attacked in Sage mode. Just as I can send more chakra to my clone, I can send communication via chakra. We are linked after all. I'm just going to sit here until he begins the process. He glanced up for a moment. Or maybe I should make sure the Uchiha is dead. I won't have nasty surprises that way. And I can avoid questions from Konoha about what happened here. He smiled. I would be in trouble if they found out about this. As if you'd care. When you spoke about becoming God, I knew you were a little serious. You've always hidden your thoughts. No, you were just conflicted. But you demand power. If you're powerful, nobody can harm you. You can protect those you care for. You hate being a mere mortal. The reason you don't have the Sharingan now is because if you don't want its presence disturbing your march toward godhood. You know, eventually, you'll awaken the Rinnegan. I did say I was the reincarnation of the sage. I shouldn't have said that. A slip of the tongue. I knew the moment you said that, if the opportunity came to pass, you'd really become like him. You were just undecided because of your relationship with that girl. Isn't it good that I have found resolve? He smiled. But don't worry. I'm not going to do as I said to Sasuke. You know, removing the feudal lords and the Kage to become rulers of the shinobi world. I'm more worried about my safety. Ha ha ha, you do have good reasons to worry. After all, if all Bija must be sealed within the Geto Mazo for the Jubi to be revived, it stands within reason to conclude that the process may be slow when one is only half. But I don't think it will be a problem. The only problem is me being a Jinchuriki of the Jubi in you. Kurama closed his eyes. There was nothing he could do to change things. When I was with Orochimaru, you did everything possible to make sure I lost my mind. You encouraged insanity to the point where I went on a rampage. In fact, if it wasn't for those people, I would have lost my mind. I cannot really say you've done anything for me that warrants me doing you favors. Not to mention you killed my mother. This was the first time Naruto was confronting him about this. Kurama had no regrets. He did what he did to survive. He wanted out, and if Naruto had lost his mind, Kurama would have had a good chance to escape from the damned seal. He smiled bitterly. He, nevertheless, didn't think this would come back to bite him. Is this the thanks I get for saving your life? You could have died with the experiments that snake put you through. But I saved you countless times. You were not saving me, but yourself. If I died, you too would die. But don't worry, I am not vengeful. I don't like you for what you tried to do. In fact, if it wasn't because I would die, I would have given you to pain. Naruto smiled at this. At the same time, I am a nice person who wishes to see the dreams of others come into fruition since I will never get mine. Once I become a Jinchuriki of the Jubi, I will release you in the hidden whirlpools. Kurama wanted to laugh. Not out of happiness but just because he had no other reaction. He tormented Naruto, and there were times he took joy in it. The blonde was he who robbed him of his freedom. After all that, this human was just going to release him? More than anyone, Kurama knew Naruto was a corrupt and twisted human being. He didn't do things because of kindness. He was not hateful or vengeful. But that was a byproduct of desire to be sane. Kurama did not reply to Naruto. In his silence, Naruto spoke to himself rather than to him. If I go through this, I'm going to get hunted down by other nations wanting their bijou. No question about it. Well, I can solve that. He shrugged. If I continue to stay here, I'll be discovered and won't move freely. I must make preparations to be able to contain the Jubi. He stood up and faced the direction of the Earth Country. Konoha. The first thing Tsunade did when she arrived at the village was to order the Anbu to bring Naruto to her and raise the village's security to maximum levels. Anbu were already swarming the walls of the Leaf. Genin-level shinobi were put on standby to get ready to evacuate the villagers to safe places. She had done all that while still at the village gates. By the time she arrived at her office, she was being told by the Anbu commander that Naruto was not in the village. He'd gone out to intercept an attack on the Leaf. By how, her desk was in pieces, papers all over the office, her killing intent suffocating all those within. Shikaku came into the office while she was in a staring contest with the Anbu commander. You heard, he noted quietly. How could you let him go alone? We could be doomed if he gets captured. The Godame shouted. She wanted to hurl her chair toward the Anbu commander because the man didn't even twitch in the face of her fury. Jiraiya-sama and Gai-sen have gone after him. The Anbu replied calmly. You did not answer my question. Tsunade-sama. Shikaku tried to calm the slug princess. We did not have a choice, Tsunade-sama. We only found out he left and why after he'd already gone. He left a clone behind and we were informed after some minutes had passed. How could you not notice he was gone? A lapse. We were watching him at all times. We don't know how he disappeared. We're starting to think he wasn't even in the village in the first place. Nobody could have alerted him of the danger without us knowing. If he was in the village, he left around the same time you departed. For we only kept surveillance of him after you departed. If he gets captured, someone is going to pay for this. The Godame warned. How was the summit? Shikaku asked, trying to shift away from the subject. Where are Kakashi and Sasuke? They remained to fight the Uchiha in the Akatsuki. He appeared on our way back as he didn't want them to reach here. The one in the rain is after Naruto. I can see why you worry, Shikaku said. We should order 4 squads of Anbu to move out. 2 will head toward Kakashi's location and the other will go after Jiraiya-sama. Get it done yesterday. Tsunade didn't need to even think about it. Hi. The Anbu commander saluted before disappearing from the office. Tsunade slouched to her chair and took a heavy sigh. We might head to war if things go according to what Inoki and the Reikage plan. They didn't say anything, but it is reasonable they will go ahead to act in a way that leads to war. We agreed to send our best to fight the Akatsuki. And that each village will only get their own bijou once we are successful in attacking the Akatsuki. But the leaders are engaged in battle at the moment. If both go down in battle, there won't be an Akatsuki to hunt down. Yeah. We still have to go nevertheless. There could be remnants of the organization. We must clear them, and be there. If each village is going to get its own bijou, what happens to the 7 tails? It may have once belonged to the grass, but they won't care. You can add the 3 tails in there. It belonged to the mist, but after the death of Yagura, they never attempted to capture it again. Tsunade grimaced. I didn't think of it. We didn't discuss it either. I suppose that is another point that might lead to war. I'll send a message to the grass. This was one hell of a situation. None of that matters now if Naruto gets captured. Indeed. But I worry less about Naruto than I would with Sasuke. Naruto is the type of person who doesn't engage in a battle he knows he can't win. When it comes to other conflicts, he'll dive in, but when it comes to his life, he is more cautious. For all his prowess, Naruto isn't known for having fought too many battles, and when he does fight, he is known for being defensive. I know he would retreat if a battle can't be won, but this is different. We don't know anything about his opponent's power. And nothing is ever certain in life. Then let us hope nothing bad happens, for all our sakes. Yes. We need to prepare 2,000 Jonin and experienced Chunin for an invasion of the rain. Another outcome? Yes. It was agreed since we don't know anything about the village, it was necessary. Tsunade said. But given what has unfolded now, it might no longer be necessary. We will be ready, just in case. We first need to find Naruto and get the location of Pain. Jiraiya will still have to go to gather intel. If it proves nothing is there, then we won't go in. Should I send Umbu to send him the message? Yes. Iwagakure. Getting into a village legally was always the safest route. If he was a shinobi, he'd have eyes on him at all times. You couldn't commit crimes once you announced who you were. Sneaking in was dangerous. It has been tried and tested, with success for some. But Naruto wasn't going to go that route. It would require time, of which he didn't have. So, he had sealed off his chakra presence, done a transformation. All he had to do was present papers, explain why he was here. If they found nothing suspicious with his papers, they'd let him go. Naruto had authentic papers. They had been stamped in different checkpoints. He was nothing than a civilian when he walked through the village gates. If they had Jujutsu, he'd never pull it off. But still, Katsuchi wasn't making things easy. With Inoki away, the man was holed up in the office. He couldn't exactly just walk into the office. If the man was out in the streets, then it would be fine. He had no time for anything subtle and less risky. And so, Naruto was left with just one choice. He now sat at a building's rooftop, watching the Tsuchikage Tower. He could jump from here, but they would notice and jump to intercept him. It would just invite a crowd, and he didn't want that. He could escape, but not with success, just with his life. Not to mention, he could get noticed, and that would put him in a tricky position. He jumped down the streets, and slowly started walking toward the Tsuchikage Tower. He noticed someone was following him. Did they find him suspicious? It didn't matter anyway. Nobody would attack him now. He would only get jumped on the moment he attacked. Once closer, he made a mental note not to use Mokuton or any jutsu known to be his. He bent slightly, and then lunged into the air. The shinobi tailing him quickly intercepted, appearing above him, with his chakra flaring to alert the others of trouble. Naruto had expected this. He could have gone without it, but plans could be changed. He increased his speed while in midair, and then blurred out of the man's vision. He appeared behind him. The man showed great reflex and swiftly turned around. Naruto nearly got impressed by this and stopped his movements. But his right hand stretched out, grabbing the man by his throat while his left slammed on his chest. A clone appeared silently behind him. Boom! Katsuchi was sitting behind the Tsuchikage desk when the wall on his right shattered, creating a hole while sending debris into the office. A shinobi burst through, seemingly hurled into the office. One of the guards intercepted the man before he could crash into another wall. For a second, they landed on the floor. He stood up, expression serious. He could sense multiple chakra signatures coming toward the tower. Before he could say anything, a black-haired man materialized in the office. Katsuchi was quick to act, clasping his hands together. Mud formed from the floor, and as soon as the man touched it, his legs were wrapped by the mud and quickly built up, binding his lower body. As expected from you, but I am not here for trouble. I just want you. I just want to borrow your power for a day or two. You'll be returned home without harm. Ridiculous. State who you are. Katsuchi sensed a spike in chakra and... Get away! He recognized an explosive clone. The clone grinned, exploding in a wave of crimson flames. It wasn't the clone only that exploded, even the shinobi held exploded. It filled the entire room with intense flames. The force of the attack sent the roof into pieces, destroying the upper levels of the tower. Before it happened, Kitsuchi had not waited to find out the result, he had immediately went through the hole created when his shinobi crashed through the wall. Yo! Kitsuchi didn't have the time to turn around to see who was above him. He was hit at the top of his head by a brutal kick. It felt like a bat had just been thundered on him, resulting in a thumping ache. Like a bullet, he sped toward the ground, crashing with his back. There was no time to breathe as the enemy crashed into his chest. He managed to avoid most of the blow but hardening his body using Earth style. What kept him buried was sword touching his neck. He didn't even see it. Well, this is a slight problem, Naruto said as he glanced around. Hundreds of shinobi were already gathered around. There was no space for him to exploit and escape. He couldn't make a move without any seeing it. Give up. You can't escape. Naruto glanced down and pressed Kitsuchi slightly. You would think. Given that almost all his chakra was sealed, he couldn't do anything big with chakra. Well, this was a failure. I wasn't fast enough. The Yandame Reikage would have been gone by now. While he was still speaking, the Earth shinobi joined together, creating huge four walls that rose as tall as the Tsuchikage Tower. An attempt to shield the villagers from what was happening, and contain any fireworks. It just made his escape a little difficult. He didn't plan on getting caught like this. If he really could escape like the Yandame Hokage, he would be gone by now. What a failure! Naruto repeated with a laugh. It wouldn't be so much of a failure if he could use his power. But he could not. If he did, it was war with the Konoha. Oh well, I'll just have to come with another plan, if it becomes a necessity. He couldn't escape with Kitsuchi. If he could make the man disappear, then it would be fine. He could summon a scroll, and seal the man within it. But he wouldn't have time for that. Those people were only still because he had discarded his sword. The second he summoned a scroll, they would be on him. Could he even summon it with his chakra sealed off? While thinking, Naruto dropped 4 smoke bombs. But the movement caused the Earth shinobi to act before the bombs could explode. The ground pulled up, lifting him. Eyes above and below. Nobody closer. They were not trying to save Kitsuchi, but to capture him. A pity, that was an impossible feat for them. While the bombs exploded, creating a huge smoke. In swift movements, Naruto stepped off Kitsuchi, landing just a foot away before kicking the man into the air. Catch him! Eyes on the smoke! Naruto planted the palm of his right hand on the structure erected. Marks spread around it before it exploded, shattering into small chunks of rocks. Naruto held a hang sign while still within the smoke. He had no choice but to release more of his chakra. He could get away with this one. It would leave some presence, but unavoidable. The next thing that came out of the smoke were thousands of shuriken that flew into all directions. Some went up into the air, bypassing the walls. Some went to hit the walls. Some went straight to the hundreds gathered. Take evasive action! Villagers already evacuated from here. Blocking would mean their view of the smoke would be obstructed. By simply trying to evade the shuriken meant that they could still keep an eye on him. It was a good plan, if he didn't have means to disappear. When the smoke cleared, he was nowhere to be found. There was no sign of him. Just rocks and shuriken. Search him! Everybody man the walls! Don't let him escape! Moments later, there was chaos in the village. Shinobi were roaming around, searching left and right. Turning all tables and chairs, shoving lights into all corners. By now, Naruto was sitting in a restaurant, eating a meal while his eyes stayed on the streets. The village was on lockdown. Unless he could teleport, he couldn't leave. They would keep at this for as long as they could. Inoki could come back and make it worse. No, there would be a window of opportunity once Inoki comes back. He just had to stand and watch. That must be humiliating. You pride yourself in your ability to plot. Not at all. I have had some failures and lapses in judgment. But nothing of this scale. Naruto said with a shrug. I can't really tell anyone about this. It would put a shame on my name. I'm still here, I can figure something out. You're trying to kidnap the village's most powerful shinobi without making a scene. You think that is possible if you can't move as fast as your father? You're awfully talkative. I know you might seal me within the ghetto mazo. I'll die if you go out. I'm not stupid. Your mother survived after I was removed from her. Besides, your life force is much stronger than that of your mother, partly due to the experiments done to you. Why do you think your regeneration doesn't affect you badly? I may be cold, but I'm not entirely heartless. This wasn't what he wanted to think about. Well, he could just admit failure and put his trust in his Mokuton and sealing abilities. If that didn't work, then nothing else would contain the Jubi, if it needed to be contained before he could seal it within him. Chapter 22: Corrupt Means to an End. Are you going to continuously avoid us in battle? Sasuke demanded with a hint of frustration in his tone. Why was he even saying us? Kakashi was standing motionlessly behind him, shell-shocked. They had managed to unmask the Uchiha. To be specific, he had unmasked himself in order to sell something to them. It was no longer necessary to hide who he was, as it didn't even matter because his goal was within reach. He had absolute confidence that his partner in crime would do the other deed. But Sasuke also had complete confidence in Naruto's ability to defend himself regardless of the challenge. On the matters at hand, this man who claimed to be Madara turned out to be Kakashi's former teammate. It was disappointing that Kakashi would be shocked that his former teammate was alive and the one trying to take the shinobi backwards. Perhaps Sasuke shouldn't be the one to say, given his past wasn't filled with sensible emotional reactions. He could see why the lack of control had both amused and annoyed Naruto. It was nonetheless baffling that even Kakashi could be brought to this level. He'd never known the man to lose calm. Naruto had moments, and Sasuke could argue the blonde was more controlled than the Jonin. Naruto was the type of person who did things for amusement. He was a whimsical creature, and yet he controlled himself to behave. I don't really have to fight you. I need to stall. And I want to kill you to stop you. An infuriating impasse. He knew the goal, but there was nothing he could do about it. He could try to leave, but the man would stand in the way. Besides, he couldn't just leave this man. He had confidence that Naruto would handle his business. If he fell, and they took down this man, then there was still a chance. After all, this man was the one with questionable plans. Kakashi-sensei, snap out of it! Sasuke shouted coldly. We can't let him leave alive! Kakashi glanced at Sasuke and then at the expressionless Obito. He got a bad feeling when Sasuke explained that there were similarities between his jutsu and that of Madara. It was not possible for two different eyes to possess the same unique abilities. There were generic abilities and some only unique to a specific eye. Obito was supposed to be dead. But it turned, he had caused their sensei's death. He had manipulated the Yonde Mizukage. He had become the complete opposite of what he'd been. He had witnessed his murder of Rin. Obito was not their friend, but enemy. Before he could say anything, another presence appeared behind Obito from the ground. Sasuke went on guard. It appeared he knew the thing. It wasn't human, that much was certain. Zetsu. Obito glanced at the creature, and then back at Sasuke. While he could get away, taking his eyes off them would be fatal. After all, they possessed the ability to get past his defenses. He couldn't afford to fall now. Not when he was this close. If you're here, then Nagato has succeeded. Zetsu slowly moved toward Obito, but his eyes on the Konoha shinobi. Yes, he has. Obito gave no outward reaction, but inwardly, he was both thrilled and relieved. Nagato would not betray him. Even if he did, it would be inconsequential at this point. He would soon be reunited with Rin. He was soon to see the world he desired. The suffering would end. The tragedy that was the shinobi world would end. He would change things. Everyone's dreams would become a reality. For a moment he let his guard down. You mean Naruto fell? Sasuke asked in disbelief. No, surprisingly, Zetsu stated. He wondered if he should say what happened but then decided to keep this to himself. It was vital knowledge that could prove useful if things went south. But Nagato has succeeded. Then staying here is pointless, Obito said to Zetsu. Do not worry, Kakashi, you will soon reunite with Rin, even with your father. While talking, Sasuke charged toward Obito. The moment Zetsu noticed this much, he grabbed Obito by the hand, fully wrapping around his arm. Sasuke was already upon them. His lightning sword weaved through the air in the blink of an eye, cutting through Obito's neck, but the attack just phased through him. Obito jumped back, taking Zetsu along with him. His focus not on Sasuke but Zetsu. "What are you doing?" he demanded with urgency. He already couldn't control the part of his body Zetsu had attached, and he was quickly spreading through. Taking away parts of his body would solve anything because he would still be there, and he couldn't maintain the jutsu forever. "You're no longer useful to me now that Nagato has achieved his goal." Obito gritted his teeth. "You plan on using Naruto?" He'd always known to be careful around Zetsu. He was the will of Madara. It infuriated him that he would get taken like this. "He will be much more competent. You no longer hold an attachment to this world. And have a different goal. Your usefulness ceases to exist." No, he didn't see this happening. But Obito wouldn't let this be the end of him. Not when his reunion with Rin and everyone else was just in front of him. He'd not spent years scheming just so he could be ended like this. He would make Nagato do his bidding. He would get the Rinnegan and cast Infinite Tsukuyomi. This thing could not stop him. It would not be the end of him. Not like this. "You will not succeed in controlling my body," Obito said confidently. He wasn't pancaking. Not even a little. He could still get away from this situation, even if it meant cutting off a part of his body. "Cuckoo! I don't need you." Obito's eyes glanced ahead and saw Kakashi charging toward him with the Chidori. He smiled inwardly. He would get rid of Madara's strings on his heart in the same way Rin did. It was ironic and somewhat bitter that Kakashi had to be the one to do this. But it was alright. Once he has initiated eternal genjutsu, there would be none of this suffering. It happened in the blink of an eye. The second Kakashi plunged the Chidori through his chest, Sasuke's sword cut through his neck, separating his head from his shoulders. Obito noticed as his view went upside down. He blinked, wondering what had happened because Sasuke was still standing in front of him, not behind him. It wasn't genjutsu. What the hell happened? Shadow clone? He shouldn't have been undone by it. But then, Zetsu had kept him from doing anything. And he hadn't expected Sasuke to attack. He had welcomed Kakashi's attack because he needed it to get rid of the curse in his heart. Was this the end? If it was laughable. He laughed bitterly. Would he not get to see Rin? Would be denied by these naive fools who didn't understand just how hopeless the shinobi world was? "I must thank Naruto for this tactic." The Uchiha spoke from behind Obito. Zetsu dropped to the ground like black ink. While splattered, he spoke in a dark tone. "Don't worry, Obito. I will see to it that Infinite Tsukuyomi is cast. You just won't be alive to witness it." "Sensei!" Sasuke shouted. While Kakashi formed another Chidori, Sasuke stabbed his sword to the ground, toward Zetsu. Kakashi stabbed his jutsu toward it as well. Boom! The attacks hit the ground, creating a small crater. But within it, Zetsu was nowhere to be seen. Sasuke frowned. He was indifferent to Obito. That thing had said Naruto didn't fall but Nagato had succeeded. He assumed Nagato was paying. If that was the case, then Naruto was plotting something. He could be wrong. At any rate, it seemed like things were going according to that thing's plan. He had to guard against that. And that was what worried him. "We have to find Naruto," he said to his former sensei. Flashback end. Presently. While Nagato was happy he had the Kyuubi, he felt incomplete. Naruto's actions had thrown him off the hook that he began to even wonder if he was moving the right way. Of course, he was certain the blonde did have ulterior motives. Or maybe it was just his warning that left him with some discomfort, and the mounting questions that refused to be answered. The Rinnegan was his, but Naruto seemed confident it was not. Madara only appeared before him only because of these eyes. They were the only thing that could control the Geto Mazo. There was just still much blanks that needed to be filled and much he was left out. Naruto's frustrations over his lack of knowledge left a somewhat bitter taste in Nagato's mouth. As he thought about it, he wanted to laugh. When had he become this mere puppet who knew nothing in the grand scale of things? He didn't even know much about the very eyes that he claimed to have awakened. And he called himself God. What a sad God. A pathetic God who knew nothing yet spoke big and wanted to become big. What a disappointment he was. Although he had denied it, Yahiko had seen him as the hero would make Aim stop crying and bring peace to the shinobi world because of his eyes. Treacherously, he was the one who made Aim reign every day. These eyes had seen him get used. He had the tools he needed to finally bring peace, for his heart to finally rest. Yet the emptiness bothered him. It shouldn't. Perhaps if he had fought Naruto to the death, he wouldn't feel this way. Conan, he started slowly. Do you think Yahiko would be pleased with us? He warned me to stay away from Madara. I thought it was just naivety. I thought we were naive. But maybe it was anger and hatred that drove us. Does it matter? We have gathered the bijou, and can finally say peace within our reach. We are already here. But it didn't mean what Naruto's was saying didn't bother her. He wasn't just rambling nonsense. Perhaps you're right. We have made decisions that brought us to this moment. The sacrifices that were made by comrades were for this moment. Why do you think he did what he did? Conan asked. It was strange. Considering, the blonde didn't even want to know much about his plan or whether it would succeed or not. I really can't understand his thinking. The intel was right on this part. He doesn't seem to have loyalties to anyone, Nagato replied. It doesn't matter though. Peace is within our grasp. We have the Kyuubi. Once we seal it within the Geto Mazo, our dream will finally become a reality. If Madara doesn't show his hand, if he survives his battle, it didn't seem like Naruto was worried about that. We must also take caution about this. He seemed confident we wouldn't be able to control the power. His expressionless mask turned into a smile. We don't know anything and yet have come this far. Yahiko would be disappointed. When did he allow himself to become like this? Controlled and ignorant. Wasn't he the savior of this world? Jiraiya-sensei would be disappointed as well. Once we have sealed the Kyuubi, it would be perfect to show its power. Konoha would make a good target. Conan swallowed a sigh. She had known if they reached Konoha, Nagato wouldn't have left the village standing. He still bore a grudge against Leaf Shinobi over the killing of his parents. Then again, his name was Pain. It was this pain that has taken him this far. There was no way he would forget it. She didn't see anything wrong with it, destroying Konoha. But if they did, it would just lead to more chaos. But with their power, they could stop it all. They could stop all wars. They could make shinobi villages understand pain and suffering. Maybe peace would soon be with them. They are not just going to let us. You would also target Konoha after what he did? She asked of Naruto. He did what he did because he really doesn't care about the leaf. It isn't surprising. Jinchuriki do not have peaceful lives. Perhaps then we could speak more while trying to understand him. Nagato did hand signs to Tendu. Kuchios no Jutsu. The demonic statue of the outer path appeared in a huge puff of smoke. He considered getting off his mechanical walker for a moment, but chose against it. The loss of members had pressed Zetsu into revealing a different method of sealing, and that was taking much control over the statue. Anoki knew something was wrong the second he arrived at the village gates. There was too much activity within the walls and didn't seem like anybody was leaving the village. There was also a huge line outside that was a major giveaway. He hurried to the tower and stopped when he saw its destruction. Nobody had warned him. They had just been silent as he hurried toward his offices. He floated, staring silently. It couldn't be the Akatsuki. There was nothing to gain from this. When was the last time this place was even destroyed? To destroy this tower meant a weakness in the Kage. What the hell happened here? Katsuchi-sama is waiting for you, Sachikuji-sama. Anoki glared at the masked man, but didn't seem like he wanted to say anything. Good thing Kuratsuchi wasn't around, otherwise she would have been feeding him some stupid ideas while still bubbling in anger toward whoever managed to do this to his beloved village. The masked man took him to an underground chamber where there was a huge round table. Katsuchi was sitting alone. It seemed as if the man had hardly slept at all. "What the hell happened?" he demanded. "An assailant was here. Walked through the village gates like a civilian. Guards didn't find anything suspicious about him until his movements became strange. He launched an attack, destroying this place, and attempted to capture me. He wanted to capture me alive for some reason. When he got surrounded, he managed to escape us." "How did someone manage to escape an entire village?" Katsuchi shook his head. "We're gathering intelligence." "Who was he? Where did he come from?" "We don't know. His papers said he was a traveler from the land of demons. Given the attack, it is false and someone from the Great Five. No small nation would dare this attack. And that was someone who had confidence in himself. He may have failed, but he'd laughed it off. There were only 4 casualties and no other injuries. It appears his interest was only me, alive," Katsuchi added in a hardened tone. "The village is still in lockdown because we don't know if he is still in or has already departed. I think he has gone already, but we want to be sure." This was madness. Who would do something like this? And what did they want with Katsuchi? It wasn't like there was something special about him. He was powerful, but nothing anyone would invoke the wrath of the hidden stone like this. They had to find out who and deal with them. If another hidden village was involved, they too would need to be dealt with. Keep the security as it is. But people must still flow. We must just be vigilant. Gather 10 best tracking shinobi you can find and prepare them for departure as soon as possible. We're going to the rain to search for the Akatsuki. And where the bijou are. We must be ahead of others. There is no saying they are within the rain. According to the information from the Kazakage, it could be somewhere else. Then we are going on a bijou hunt. Yes. We will first target ours, then the 3 tails and the 7 tails. There is no opposition there. If we target those that belong to others, it's direct confrontation. It was going to be confrontation anyway. The others would not allow IWA to obtain 4 bijou. Not to mention, the 3 tails once belonged to Kiri. But given the village hadn't done anything once its Jinchuriki died, it was unlikely to make any noise. The 7 tails was from a small village, so it didn't matter. It would be give them an almighty advantage if they managed go get 4 bijou. But if they did get the 4, the enemy would be hesitant to go to war with them, unless they combined their powers. At which case, another plan needed to be made to protect IWA. Anoki really didn't want to go to war. But if he didn't do it, Kumovikure was going to do it. The Reikage has always been on the hunt for more power. They respected power, and nothing else. If he permitted Kumo to get the advantage, IWA would be at risk. He had no choice in the matter. The 3 tails belongs to Kiri. Anoki shrugged. Kiri is weak. Nothing it can do, he said. But let us target the 7 tails. It is the 3rd most powerful bijou. I will make preparations. Gather 5,000 men. 2 will be going with me to the rain. 3 will be divided into 4 groups and camp at our borders. They must be ready to move when the message comes. You must stay here. Kuratsuchi will lead the 3,000. She needs experience. Then the rain is going to get invaded. Yes, Anoki said. I will prepare with the council and send a message to the feudal lord. You are to beat Sechikage once this is over. Even if I don't return, you're to assume control. This will be my final act as Sechikage. Kanehigakure. The village was getting ready for battle. And maybe war. But with the way things were happening in Naruto's absence, Sasuke didn't think a war was going to happen. But anything's still possible. He didn't even know if Naruto was alive at the moment. If we're going to war, at least our future is a little better without the bijou getting involved. Sasuke said Kakashi. The long way back had been silent. Abito no doubt in the mind of the Jonin. That is if the bijou don't get captured first. I would prefer we fight just after the clean-up. Konoha won't be in a good position if the bijou return to their villages. Isn't Naruto the perfect opponent for a Jinchuriki? If he isn't in the village and we don't find him, we're already in a bad situation. If that is the case, the Ten Tails will be revived and we could be in trouble. At this rate, Sasuke was thinking that was Naruto's goal. He'd said he had no interest, but Naruto could change his mind if it was convenient. At any rate, he knew nothing but that Zetsu was confident that things were moving according to plan. He had to remain on his toes. Even if Naruto was around, either he or me are unbeatable. We are still humans. We can't be everywhere. We can only do as much. Sasuke conceded. No amount of power was ever enough. Not unless you became a true god. Surprising coming from you. Fighting with Naruto has made me realize limits. There is a certain point even I can't pass. Perfect Susanoo could do damage. But he couldn't hold it forever. He didn't have a limitless amount of chakra. Thinking of it, he had to speak to Naruto about creating a seal for him. The blonde had said it in passing that he could create something similar to what Tsunade had. But unlike healing, it would just replenish his chakra. He isn't the kind you make a benchmark, but you're right. Konoha's power has depleted over the years. He smiled. But having you and Naruto makes us strong. But not invincible. Naruto could subdue all bijou even if they all came at him once using a combination of Mokuton and Fuinjutsu. But he was still human. He got tired. He had weaknesses that could be exploited. They soon arrived at the office. Tsunade looked happy to see them alive. You succeeded? Somehow. Sasuke said with a bit of disappointment. Naruto isn't here, is he? No. Tsunade shook her head. He departed to fight Pain. Do you know anything about it? We were told Pain succeeded but Naruto had not fallen. I don't know what it means, but I would like to depart immediately to find out. Jiraiya and Guy have already gone out. Tsunade said in a thoughtful tone. But if the message has reached him already, he must be going to Amigakure. Are you sure you can find him? I'm fast enough and know a few places. It would have been much simpler if Karen was around. You may leave. But don't forget to return immediately. Are you even sure he has not fallen and Pain succeeded? That is what I want to find out. Go. Tsunade said. Perhaps Naruto was correct. What was in front of him was beyond imagination. His senses had gone off. This was beyond just a mere beast. The seemingly painful cries of the statue brought about a distortion in the atmosphere. Large chunks of earth were floating while he stood a distance away, being protected by the paths from the chaos ahead. He had no control over what was happening. If he had done this within the Fire Nation or the Rain, it would have been destroyed. He had no absolute control over statue now. Should we move away from here? Conan asked with concern. She was worried that after the transformation, they might not be able to do anything as Nagato had already confessed he couldn't control the statue anymore. This power was just beyond her imagination. She had no idea that something like this would happen. What are you afraid of? Conan nearly jumped when someone spoke from behind. She quickly twisted her neck to check and found a pale-looking Naruto standing behind them. When did you get here? Just now. Well, I have been watching. Not necessarily true. But who was going to question him? He stared at the transforming beast. It was already starting to take shape. He worried that the amount of power being poured out here would alert shinobi from all corners, and they would find a way to come here. When it came to danger, shinobi ran toward it rather than away. I thought I was powerful, but this is ridiculous. If I had to face something like this in battle, I'd give up without trying, Naruto said, hands folded across his chest. See what I told you. You had no idea what you were playing with. We were misled, but we have not failed. If it cannot be controlled, then I will see that it is sealed. Naruto burst out in laughter, and then settled down. He was calm, even when chunks of earth were flying around. One could smack him in the face. The very ground was trembling, and yet he settled calmly on a rock, watching and calculating. But what are you doing here? Tell me, you profess the desire to make peace in this shinobi world. Why? It has always been our goal, having grown in a war-torn world. When you have seen war and its consequences, you want to avoid it or make it so that it can never happen again. We have suffered greatly in this world. We have experienced pain, and we want to teach this pain to this world that it may learn to stop with its wars. Jiraiya-sensei may have influenced a little when we were younger over his desire to bring peace. But he has never found an answer, and we have. Hatred and pain. These emotions made men walk blindly. Naruto had once been filled with hate. Hatred so deep he wouldn't have thought twice to unleash the power of the Kyuubi on those who'd harmed him, even if he died in the end. He tried it more than once. While he disciplined his hatred, the pain was forever lingering. It hovered about him wherever he went like his shadow. He couldn't escape his pain. Because ultimately, it was what made him Naruto Uzumaki. He was shaped by his pain. Sasuke was shaped by hatred. Perhaps they were lacking love. No, even if shinobi loved, he would still murder people. Itachi had killed because he loved. Humans were like that. Whether hatred, pained, or in love, they would ultimately fight and kill each other. It was a fundamental error in the wiring of shinobi mindset. Other nations didn't fight as much as they did. They had their conflicts, but not in the same manner as shinobi. Grand dreams, huh? While pain forces us to grow and teaches us fear, it also makes us hate. Humans are like that. We are weak. We're quick to pick up our blades to kill others. We make the same mistakes. It seems, we're also incapable of understanding each other. If people understood each other, there wouldn't be wars. Understanding changes nothing. I can understand you but still fight you when our interests clash. We are just selfish people who only think about ourselves. Naruto said. But you think teaching people pain will teach them to love peace? Those who do not know true pain cannot understand peace. We're more likely to even understand each other when we share the same pain. It was ironic. You have learned pain, but you have only learned to become violent. Sure, men fear pain and may stop certain actions in fear of it. But there is a point where they do not stop. You have not learned to be peaceful but have adopted an ideal. You want peace but through violence. Naruto smiled. The world is filled with hypocrisy. The great nations cannot lecture. Their peace has come out of violence. Perhaps violence is the only language shinobi understand. It is a world ruled by power. You're powerful, have experienced pain, why do you not seek to change the world? Why have you even allowed for this to happen? We all justify our means. You will justify your violence and threatening the very foundation of this world because you want peace. But you're only doing so because you're powerful. If you were weak, you would only strive to protect what you view as family. It is only those with power that can change things. But it doesn't mean they are right. That hardly matters anyway. Because you have power, you are right. I told you, you cannot control this power. Why I do not want to change things? I don't think my ideals are superior to anyone. Or maybe it isn't just convenient. Maybe I want to change things, hence I stand here. I wanted you to see the folly of your plans and make you realize that you're not God but a mere human who happens to wield the Rinnegan. He pointed at the transforming beast. It was almost complete. But that can be said to be a god. The problem is that has no conscience. Just a beast that destroys everything in its path. And it will destroy everything if not stopped. Yet you permitted this to happen. I would have had to kill you to get it done. Killing you would not have been simple. You hold the Rinnegan, and I cannot afford to be engrossed in battle when that thing could take advantage of things. That thing? You mean Zetsu? Yes. I believe he is the one with the plans. I could be wrong. He also told me you could have the Rinnegan. A warning? Did you not question why I would possess eyes that are supposed to appear only once in a generation? I'm starting to believe this may not be the case. But your position is contradictory. Or that you're just not telling me that you want this power for yourself. It could explain why you chose to come here and speak of stopping it, and you let it happen. Even if you say fighting me would have taken a lot from you, Setsu is not a fighter. And I think you have more chakra than me. You faced me alone, and came here, then you're not as simple as Intel suggests. Perhaps you may even be more powerful than me. Nagato paused for a second before speaking again. Though I highly doubt it. Nagato. It is fine, Conan. He is not stupid. He is very smart and calculating. And given your current state, you don't seem like you can fight. In fact, you're probably sitting because of severe exhaustion. Did you extract the Kyuubi? If he is weak, shouldn't we get rid of him? Conan asked. He tricked us into reviving the Kyuubi, but I don't think he is an enemy. Nagato said calmly. But what do you really want, Naruto? If you're not giving me a satisfactory answer, I can kill you now and then seal the Kyuubi. Boom! A huge shockwave tore through the atmosphere. It sent the floating chunks flying into all directions. Even Naruto was sent flying backwards. He hit a large rock while still being carried by the momentum. He crashed through it before regaining control over his body. A one-eyed crimson beast. It was so monstrous he thought it was the thought he was but an ant before it. He felt his heart race, pounding furiously. It was an emotion called fear. It was amusing. When was the last time he'd been afraid? Perhaps because he knew this thing could kill him. In its glory, 10 monstrous tails pointed up into the air. It sat on its belly, gigantic hands touching the ground. Its head and one giant eye in the middle seemed to scan the area. It made no move. Naruto felt like an insect standing before the Kyuubi. And the sage fought this thing? It was ridiculous. No man could fight such a monster. Even he wouldn't dare. The Kyuubi was right, such a beast meant the end of the world. When its belly moved from the ground, standing on all fours, Naruto put on an expressionless mask. It has noticed us, Nagato said, staggering to his feet with his mechanical walker destroyed. Stand back, I will do what the Sage of Six Paths did when he created the moon. We will figure out what to do after it has been restrained. He had no control. He could not command the beast to do anything. And to think he had planned on selling such power to anyone who bought it. If that was a reality, it would mean an end to the shinobi world before he knew it. Naruto glanced at pain through the corner of his eyes. He really did not lack in confidence in his abilities. You're right? I want this power, Naruto said before disappearing in a blur. What is he doing? Conan asked with worry. He knows more about it than us. And if true he too has the Rinnegan, then he must have plans to control it, Nagato said with narrowed eyes. It was pathetic. How many had he killed to get to this point? He would have even destroyed Konoha. He had murdered all those who opposed him. But now he stood here, with all his power, feeling powerless. What could he do? No, the sage was said to have created the moon when sealing the statue. Then, he too could seal the 10 tails. When had he even started doubt in his power? Surely, the Rinnegan could assist him if it could control the Gedo Mazo. Conan, stand back. You're going to do it? We don't have a choice. Standing atop of the 10 tails, Naruto realized it was like standing top of a Colossus mountain. It was good that he was insignificant. Was he really doing this? A corrupt scum like him? The only difference there was with him and Nagato was that he was very subtle about his intentions. He did not need to preach the good news about salvation and all the nonsense. He did as he pleased, when it was convenient. But there was nothing convenient about this. Life truly took turns nobody imagined. He was here at this moment, and he had to live. It was his future. He would have the power to protect and do as he pleased. Perhaps he could even see the world he so desired to see. He started doing hand seals. All around him, chunks of earth was being pulled into the air. Everything was being pulled up. But the Kyuubi remained stationed. Nagato was trying to seal the beast. A futile exercise. It could destroy whatever it wanted. Slowly, Kyuubi began to be pulled inside of him. Some years ago, Naruto slumped to his knees, his breathing labored, his young body sore to the bone. His mind a fog of darkness. Though his eyes could function, he could see nothing but blood, for he was surrounded by dead bodies. Dismembered corpses of people like him, some deformed by the experiments the devil performed on them. The blood painted the walls, formed puddles in which insects and reptiles could take a swim. Mosquitoes would no longer need to bite humans if the blood wouldn't dry soon. This wasn't the first time Naruto was in this position. "If you do not fight, you will die, Naruto-kun." The devil had said those words with a grin, then admitted he would be saddened to lose such a valuable test subject. In the same breath, he gleefully admitted he'd obtained enough research to prove many hypotheses he had computed in his journey of torment, treachery, and savagery. There was nothing the Sannin did that was decent enough to be human. He was no longer human to begin with. The first time, Naruto had not fought. But he received a stab through his stomach. His guts would have spilled out had he not covered the gash with his hands. His entire body would have been filled with scars had it not been for both the Kyuubi and his healing ability. Invisible, yet, each time Naruto touched his skin, he felt the pain of each cut, each piercing. As he stood on his knees, lifeless inside. His eyes were dead cold, his body numb, he could hear nothing but the sound of his own voice and those he killed. He was but a 7-year-old, and yet he had killed people. His hands were bloodied. He didn't think there was any reason to continue living, but his instinct to survive caused him to act in some way. Not mention, the bijou inside of him gleefully gave him some of its chakra to commit murders while calling him a murderer, saying he was no different than the Sannin he despised. "He is improving. It's remarkable that he doesn't even have any scars on him. And it shows no adverse effects. It is even better than my ability. At this rate, the only way to kill him is to deplete him of his chakra or just cut him up. He can heal any wound but can't restore any limbs. Yes, but given how much chakra he currently has, he is coming to become a monster when he grows older. Take him out quickly. We don't want him going on another rampage." "Hi, Orochimaru-sama." Those voices on the background, Naruto heard them at a distance. He didn't even react when something pierced through his neck. As if dead, he just hit the bloody floor with his face. He was already numb. The only thing Kabuto could do was to make him lose consciousness, and he was glad to do it, because he didn't want to think anymore. When his vision slowly came back, Naruto found himself strapped into a bed, both Kabuto and Orochimaru flanking both sides. "You were asleep for 2 days, Naruto-kun," the assistant said. Naruto tried to speak but his mouth was dry and he felt hunger. After a moment, he ignored the hungry snakes inside and turned his eyes toward Kabuto. He shot a look of contempt. He could speak but chose not to waste his words. "Why do you even bother? Do you enjoy this pain? Why do you even try to be alive? Tomorrow, they'll find more innocent people and put them in a cage for you to kill. Once they are done with their research, they'll get rid of you. So, let me end it for you." Orochimaru took his right hand. "You're a little weak. Fighting like that did drain you, physically and emotionally." The Sannin laughed. "But blame Sensei for this. He failed to protect you. Your parents abandoned you to suffer like this." The Sannin then stuck a needle on his right arm. In the meantime, Kabuto stuck another one. It was transporting blood into his system. It took a couple of minutes for his body to react. Despite his contempt for Orochimaru, he was forced to abandon it as an unbearable heat coursed through his veins. He felt his muscles twitch involuntarily, before stiffening. In pain, he grit his teeth, refusing to cry. Binds held him onto the bed as he writhed in pain. While he lay there, Orochimaru and Kabuto watched with curiosity. Naruto started to feel like something was crushing him. He could feel his body reacting negatively. At the background, the Kyuubi's dark laughs echoed like a drum. When his veins started to bulge, his mouth opened. He screamed, gripped with pain. "You should be used to this, Naruto-kun," Orochimaru said, in a taunting tone. Naruto did not hear the Sannin. He only felt the immeasurable pain running rampant from head to toe. At any moment, his veins would explode. But maybe it would end his misery. What worried him was that his voice would die out. That he could hear it gave some minimum comfort. For about an hour, whatever Orochimaru did wreaked havoc inside of him. By then, his voice was already dead. Blood was dripping from his eyes and ears. He'd already bitten his tongue, gnashed his teeth that his jaw now ached. When he thought it was finally over, a root burst out from the left side of his stomach. It then formed, creating a small tree attached to his body. Looking at it, despite his pain, Naruto laughed. With his voice dead, he could only move his lips, but the laughter was loud inside his head. He could hear the hollowness, the hopelessness within it. A large spike went through his stomach, spilling out his guts. As the blood gushed out, his energy leaving him, Naruto felt death was at his door. But his eyes suddenly snapped open. He found himself in darkness. His body pressed between rocks. What the hell was that? That was certainly one of the memories of his past he preferred to keep buried within. It always left him bitter and angry. In fact, he was feeling angry right now. But what had happened? He was just sealing the jubi when his mind went black. Nagato wasn't entirely happy. The jubi had suddenly disappeared into Naruto. There was no question, the blonde had become the Jinchuriki of the jubi. Why didn't he consider it? Perhaps because he never thought of becoming a host in his entire life. Maybe if he had done so, he could have ended his dependency on the mechanical walker. In the end, Naruto was sealed within Shibaku Tensei. But he was still not happy. We need to return to Amigakure and plan on the way forward. It could even be under attack right now. The Kage we're meeting in intel has informed us that suspect we are located there. If that is true, they will attack our home. A grave sin Nagato would not forgive. He would destroy all those who attempt to shatter the peace he has created within the hidden ring. Will it hold? There is no reason it shouldn't. What of Madara and Zetsu? If Madara isn't here, then something happened to him. He must have fallen in battle as Naruto suspected. We have to talk to Black Zetsu about this. The jubi is much safer for us within Naruto. But we need to find a way to control him. Chakra rods wouldn't hold at this rate. He had to release that jutsu with a plan. Right now, Nagato didn't have any plan. But as long as the jutsu remained, nothing was going to happen. Besides, we have to avoid confrontation with other shinobi now. As soon as he finished speaking, rubble started to fall from the sky. It was followed by a huge explosion in the sky. The explosion tore through the rock formation. It seemed like a bomb had been set off in the air. The rock formation became undone, rocks sent flying into all directions. Nagato was forced to use the pads to protect both him and Konan from the falling rocks. He is coming, he alerted Konan. Along with the falling rocks, Naruto crash-landed. Konan took an unconscious step back. She'd always known Nagato could never lose a battle because of the Rinnegan and his massive chakra reserves. But the amount of chakra she was sensing from this person was beyond wild imagination. He stood there, clad in a white kimono, reaching down his knees. Its high collars had patterns of magatama. His hair had become much longer, reaching just below his shoulders. Above him were 10 small orbs of chakra. There was a mark on his forehead, his skin much paler than before. When he opened his eyes, the fright in her heart surprised her. It wasn't the release of chakra but the Rinnegan he wielded. It meant he had the same power as Nagato, and the power of the jubi. Black Zetsu was right, he did have the Rinnegan. There is a clear difference between a Biju's Jinchuriki and that of the jubi, Nagato said calmly. Then, what shall it be? You have taken something I have sacrificed many years to obtain. Naruto vanished in silence. The speed in which he appeared in front of him that despite being Nagato, he couldn't even form a thought nor even react. Fortunately for him, the blonde didn't attack him. Well, I do owe you in that regard. Naruto smiled. Be at ease. I won't attack you. He raised his index finger. I could do it nonetheless. It is simple to do so. Nagato narrowed his eyes but replied on some casualness about him. I doubt so. Naruto ignored this response. You want to create peace, right? That is your desire. There are still questions I must ask you about your Rinnegan, why a student of Jiraiya turned out this way. The man is just like his sensei, less naive though, but idealistic in his quest for peace. He is a man who believes for endless wars to end, men must come to a position where they understand each other. But still to this day, he has no answer how to end the cycle of hatred. You wanted to end it by pain. A childish thought, really? You lost patience. Gripped by your pain, you failed to see reality. You have embarked on a righteous path to cleanse the world, making yourself right and the others wrong. Don't make light of the sacrifices we have made. Conan replied with a stare. Naruto raised an eyebrow, and then shook his head. People you have sacrificed, killed and murdered. Well, it's not I care really. I'm even only talking to you because you're fellow Uzumaki. He smiled and then laughed. I apologize for that. A force of habit. If it was really noble, I would kill you for all you've done and to cover my tracks. I don't want anyone knowing I hold the Jubi, at least not now. Then what? You might be useful and prove to be a good shield in case things become dangerous. We will but become your shield. Conan, calm down, Nagato said seriously. We must still hear what he has to say. We have lost this one. And we mostly have to face the 5 great nations without the Jubi. Ain will be in danger. Our goal still remains nonetheless. We must hear him out. You're sensible. I've always been resolute on my desire for peace. If the Great 5 end up trying to destroy us, we will destroy them even without the power of the Jubi. However, speaking to you does make me curious about your plans. That is why I want to hear you out. Perhaps, you and I may be able to understand each other. We are fellow Uzumaki, after all. I think I understand you already. But understanding doesn't mean we get along. I can understand and emphasize with someone's plans for vengeance, and yet still kill them to stop them for enacting such plans. Naruto replied. Humans are complex creatures. But as I said, you can be useful. I want to corrupt this system of shinobi. But nobody must know I house the Jubi. Nobody also knows you're the leader of the Akatsuki. When you go back home, change your attire, and I will tell Konoha's people that I have killed Pain. But I do not know where the Bijas are. Will that stop Ain from being in danger? Yes. We will follow along. Are you sure about this, Nagato? Can we trust this person? We don't have much of a choice. He was powerful enough to destroy 2 paths in a matter of seconds before. And now he contains the Jubi. We can't kill him. But I feel that we can trust him. Naruto smiled. Don't trust me. I'm an unpleasant person who took advantage of things. It doesn't matter if we still move toward peace. That's so, huh? Kabuto will come to Amigakure. He will work on restoring your mobility. Sasuke was hopping through trees in blurring speed as he charged toward the canyon. He had sensed a huge chakra spike and became concerned. There was no sign of Naruto, but he couldn't forget what Setsu had said. Nagato had succeeded. He shuddered at the thought of the Jubi being revived with Naruto missing in action. If Naruto was dead, Sasuke's dreams would die as well. There was just no way Konoha was going to let him become Hokage. They didn't trust him. And Tsunade had already stated it herself. When something appeared behind him, while still in midair, he swiftly unsheathed his sword, and twisted around while stabbing toward the person with his Sharingan blazing with coldness. Sasuke considered not taking his sword away from Naruto, seeing ripple pattern of his eyes. It was no doubt the Rinnegan. He guessed it was the reason why Naruto felt different and much more intimidating than before. It was laughable that even he would feel this way. A little demoralizing that the blonde got more power. When was he ever going to reduce the power gap? He shook his head. That wasn't the important part. He crushed those petty feelings and the inferiority complex and sheathed his sword. Your reflexes have really improved. Sasuke ignored the remark. What the hell happened? He demanded. I sensed a huge chakra spike. And Zetsu said Nagato had succeeded, Naruto raised an eyebrow. Then, the fake Madara had appeared at the Kage summit. What bothered him was that Setsu didn't appear at any moment. If he didn't appear, then he wanted him to become the Jinchuriki. It was a little unnerving just thinking he could also be following someone's script. And the fake Madara? Dead, Sasuke replied. With the help of Zetsu. It appears he felt he was no longer useful. My guess is he used Obito to control Nagato and gathering the Bijou because Nagato had the Rinnegan. Obito? Since when did you know about Nagato? The fake Madara turned out to be someone from Konoha. Kakashi's sensei former teammate, and your father's student. Zetsu mentioned Nagato, and I figured he was Pain. Now, that was a spanner he didn't see coming. To think a student of his father would turn out to be the one who was responsible for his death. It made Naruto feel all the more disappointed he wasn't the one to end his life. Really, there was a part of him that would have gotten the satisfaction of grabbing him by the throat, slowly strangle him to death. No, a more painful method would have been to wrap him in wood, then slowly crush his body. He could watch as he struggled helplessly, bones snapping one by one. A pity indeed, he murmured. It is laughable how you sometimes struggle to hold your dark emotions. You spent all your life mastering control over your emotions. But there is no question that you've considered vengeance against those who made you suffer. But you deny yourself that chance because some part of you realizes that if you cross that line, you might never come back. You seem quite pleased with yourself. I've seen you lose it. In fact, I'm happy to admit my hatred toward Itachi was nothing compared to your hatred toward your past. Naruto laughed. Well, maybe you're right. But Naruto understood the dynamics of hatred. He understood flirting with the edge of a cliff was a disastrous strategy. He loved his life. He wouldn't do anything to make himself miserable. The shinobi world has, however, never been kind to him. So, he could screw it over anyhow he wanted. I'm not fond of a lot of things, he said in thought. Konoha either. You merely stay in Konoha because it is convenient. You understand that life would be a little difficult if you departed the Leaf. Of course, you could join another village, but that doesn't suit you. You don't trust people that much, and you don't like taking orders. You're awfully talkative today. I just realized that you're indeed a complex person. I don't understand you. Despite your feelings toward the Leaf, you were ready to become Hokage for me. Tell me, what really happened at the summit? Sasuke stared and then sighed, seeing Naruto wasn't going to entertain his probing questions. Then again, there was a war in the making. I'm more concerned about why Zetsu said Pain had succeeded and you had not fallen in battle. Konoha has people looking after you. At this stage, Jiraiya should be at aim or on his way there. We will get to that. What happened? The Kage agreed to work together to get rid of the Akatsuki. Since information available says the leader is in the rain, it was agreed the village would be invaded by the combined forces. That was rather drastic, but he knew something like that would happen. It was just disappointing that the worst case possible would be the reality. Humans were truly low. Shinobi thought of nothing but destruction. The Kage would destroy everything in order to protect their hegemony. Perhaps a world without the Kage would be better. When is this invasion happening? In a few days. All nations are preparing. Bijou? It was agreed that each village would only take theirs. But already, we know that isn't going to happen. The moment the Akatsuki is defeated, all Bijou are there for the taking. That means war. An attempt to invade Amigakure, huh? Nagato wasn't going to allow his nation to fall. If Jiraiya goes there and finds that the Akatsuki is not there, what happens? Nobody is going to believe it. Even if Konoha refuses to take part in it. Amigakure is going to be stormed. They will do it just to make sure. And then the Bijou hunt. At least, there would be no war. Naruto was thoughtful for a couple of moments. This was the moment things started to reveal themselves. He could get the daimyo to call off an invasion. But there would still be some plots. He could get Konoha's feudal lord to do so. Konoha could of course be suspected of having stolen all Bijou if they don't find them. But would they try to invade the Leaf because of it? Zetsu was right. Pain succeeded. I am no longer a Jinchuriki of the Kyubi. And there are no more bijou to hunt. They have always been a problem. I have made sure that they are not around and no one gets them. For the next years, the shinobi world will be without bijou. I figured something along the lines. And you're not going to tell me what you did exactly. Do you want to know? Yes? I'm not telling you. You're going to be Konoha's Hokage. It's better this way, Naruto said. I'm not going back to Konoha with you. We end our paths here. Sasuke almost laughed. He wasn't going to say it, but this compelled him to. You must know that there was a consideration that you should be killed to avoid you being in the hands of the Akatsuki. If they don't find other bijou, you'll be the only Jinchuriki alive. Even if you're not. It doesn't matter. They will come for you. Well, thinking of taking me out is a reasonable step. Naruto shrugged with indifference. You were looking for me, you have found me. There is no Akatsuki to worry about. I have killed Pain. Their bijou are no longer an issue. I would say job done. And the invasion? You're not really thinking about stopping it. If Pain is no longer a threat, it isn't job done. What's wrong with a little bit of chaos? Innocent people will die. You've become rather too kind, Sasuke. But as you said, they won't want to stop. They need this, especially the Raikage. Words can do nothing to stop the invasion. I have goals and this is going to be a problem for it. And I don't? You do anything that seems convenient to you, or at least I thought. But I'm starting to believe your musings about world domination weren't just said in passing. You plan to control the shinobi world. Are you going to attack me? Do I look like I care if you control the shinobi world? Sasuke asked. If your proposals are adopted in Konoha, by the time I become Hokage, things will be very different. What is certain is that you and I agree that this world is flawed and needs to change. However, whatever you do, stay away from Konoha. It is mine. Naruto sighed. The one friendship I had. He said. Go back to Konoha, tell them what I did. If Konoha gets attacked, you can become its hero. I'm okay with being the most wanted man. He closed his eyes, picturing his happy life with Ino. Apologize to Ino for me. I thought you planned on marrying that girl. That is still in my mind. But I have things to do. I can't have her following me at this critical time. I may not be able to protect her. Unplanned things did have such adverse consequences. His future happiness still did have to happen. Maybe not. Once the shinobi world became aware of his deeds, they would be after him. But Naruto had methods of controlling things. He could simply speak to the feudal lords. Perhaps even Kabuto's intellect could be useful in this scenario. He had methods to get out of tricky situations. But there was no rush. There were already plans to murder him. He smiled. If I had known they wanted to kill me, I would have just killed Katsuchi. You did something? Nothing to worry about. You got this? Do you know me for not knowing where I stand? You make mistakes. It is normal. I am still just a mere human. Naruto shrugged. The situation will become delicate for Konoha though. Well, they have you. I'm likely to be branded a traitor if I become suspect and the Leaf seeks to protect itself. It matters not nonetheless. I will be living in solitude within Yuzu. I'll watch things there and then. Your main focus should be the invasion and doing your duty as a shinobi of the Leaf. On the bright side of things, you get to show your loyalty. Even if it means betraying you? If they suspect you of anything, they also suspect me. Do whatever you want. When Jiraiya returns, he will tell Tsunade there is no Akatsuki, just his former student. You will tell them that I killed Pain. This should be enough to convince Tsunade not to invade. She will head out and explain her situation. Suna and Kiri are likely to agree with her. That means Iwa and Kumo will be left alone. They might try, but will ultimately fail. Gaara has seen Pain. Not the real Pain. Naruto shrugged. If they turn on us suspecting we are responsible? They already started to say we birthed the Akatsuki. That would be your chance to defend Konoha. Say right there, they make the accusation and threaten Konoha. You show them your perfect Susanoo, use a single swing and tell them that destroying Ain would be easy for you and anyone who dares threaten the leaf will face you in battle. About me? I have retired to my ancestral home. Tsunade shows you newfound respect, and the shinobi with her do the same. Your path to Hokage is cemented. Bijou? They are welcome to look. Konoha has no business since it has never used Bijou power in war, and its Jinchuriki was never captured. You seem to have had a good thought about this. I have. Naruto nodded. I want to first get rid of Setsu before revealing my hand. He is still lurking. You have a plan? I have. Are we going to talk about the Rinnegan? We will, but for now I need to go settle. We'll speak in a week or more. I wish to see what Karen is up to in Yuzushiogakure. There better not be something sinister going on there. You made the effort of leaving Konoha with her, and then carelessly let her leave your side to go to Konoha when you had also bothered to train her. Naruto smiled. I'm capable of some genius thoughts, but not to that level. Yeah, right. Sasuke said sarcastically. What happens to our friendship when you can't return to Konoha? You pitiful shinobi. I told you repeatedly to make friends and you said you only needed me. You did not listen to me and now you will seek Sakura's company. Sasuke glared at Naruto. I'm serious here. In a quiet tone, he added. I really have no one else who has my back in Konoha. Then start making friends. You have Kakashi, start there. Otherwise, you'll become reclusive, and if that happens, your chances of becoming Hokage dim. You need to be popular. Who knows, once I'm gone, they might even sympathize and say I betrayed you. I have never been Konoha's favorite person. Though they turn a new leaf, anything could shake them. Sasuke closed his eyes. Konoha without Naruto, he couldn't picture. And you stopped me from destroying the leaf. It would have been much better if we didn't even return. But you put ideas in my head and now you abandon me. Naruto put on an expressionless mask. Grow up, Sasuke. Take charge of your dream. I won't hold you hand anymore. He then smiled. But I have laid out foundations. Once this thing has settled, seek out Shikamaru. You'll realize he is going to be very influential in the days to come. After all, the Jonin commander and Umbu commander are pillars that support the Kage. Once you have those two behind you, you're sorted. If you're nice to Kakashi, it means that even if Tsunade tries to make him her successor, he refuses and says you're more suitable. We are going to shape this world, aren't we? Naruto closed his eyes. Of course. Even if it means we must destroy it. Chapter 23, The Heart. Rain Country. Naruto? Jiraiya could recognize the frame of the blonde from a crowd. He couldn't say because he had his back turned against him, and the fact that he wasn't expecting to see Naruto in this town made him cautious. Aside from that, it still did feel like Naruto. The blonde turned around with a look of surprise. Oh, Jiraiya-sama, what a lovely surprise! I didn't expect to run into you. Had it been another time, with different circumstances, Jiraiya would have gone along with Naruto's play. It wasn't a mere coincidence that Naruto appeared here. The blonde had appeared in front of him. He must have tracked him down. It was saying something since Jiraiya was a master of losing his trail. How did you track me down? Your chakra. I just had to focus. Naruto replied with a shrug. But should that be the main focus? He panicked when an Umbu informed him Naruto had gone out to meet Pain. This was the same person Naruto had cautioned him against facing. But seeing the blonde here meant he was fine. Nothing bad had happened. He could breathe easily. Had he been captured, it could have meant the end of the shinobi world. You're in one piece. I'm unfortunately just a clone. Where is the original? Who knows? What the hell happened? Why did you decide you'd take off on your own? The clone stared at him, and then glanced around. People had looked. It had monetarily escaped him that they were in the middle of a street. Come! He instructed the clone. He turned around and walked away from people with haste. He turned into an alley, and leaned against the wall, hands folded across his chest, and then stared expectantly. There was confidence. But it doesn't matter. If I am here, then the original is obviously fine. I'm actually here to tell you this much. Pain has been killed. It sounded way too easy. But if the clone was here, then Naruto was fine. There had been signs of battle. But it seemed to be only briefly. At any event, he felt Naruto's explanation was lacking. He wasn't overly happy that the man who threatened to shake the very foundations of the shinobi world was dead. And the bijou? I don't know. Sealed within the Geto Mazo. I don't know where it is located. And I'm not too interested in finding out. It's better if Pain died with the secret. Shinobi won't be fighting over the bijou anymore. Jiraiya frowned. I have a feeling even if you knew, you would keep that to yourself. In fact, you may have even decided to go on your own because you wanted this to happen. Now, that was just scary. Some people were blessed with analytical minds. How he envied such minds. Then again, Jiraiya had experience. He has lived long years. He has seen everything a man could possibly see in this earth. Had there been angels and gods, he'd have seen them already. There wouldn't necessarily be anything wrong with that. It wouldn't be your decision to make. Naruto shrugged. Of course you'd say that. Kage are trusted with the power to keep the shinobi safe. It is only a pity that they practice the power when it is only them who are threatened. Jiraiya wasn't going to debate with Naruto. It wasn't the time for such a conversation. He'd been told that there could be war. Did this revelation from Naruto change anything? Most likely not. In fact, he was likely to get hunted down. The others might not even believe anything Konoha says and still invade the reign. Does Konoha know you're safe? It should. I'm still going to Amigakure. I need to find closure. It was your intel that said Pain was located in the country. Maybe I can find something if I go there. If he'd known things would unfold like this, he wouldn't have been insisted that nobody go to Amigakure. Well, even if Jiraiya does get to see Nagato, he would have questions but wouldn't confidently say Nagato was Pain. His words would remain. That is your decision. Nagato peered into Kabuto's eyes, wondering if he really should go ahead with this man or even trust him. Too many things had occurred beyond his control. It bothered him. Worse, he had no recourse. He refused to be blind in this given situation. Blindness had caused about this problem he now faced. Had he been informed, maybe he wouldn't have even gathered the bijou. It wasn't even his original idea in the first place. He smiled inwardly, he'd truly fallen. Yahiko would be disappointed in him. Follow me, he said to Kabuto. Conan followed them in silence. He thanked his luck that she was still around. She often kept him in check? A friend he always needed. He sat on of the beds the paths were serviced. Kabuto was upon him without notice. He seemed way too eager to be doing this. Then again, he'd immersed himself in this kind of thing when he ran rampant with Orochimaru. Well, this is quite severe, Kabuto admitted with a deep frown. Nagato's legs were badly damaged. And it has been years since they like this. The damage was permanent. If the cells were dead, there was nothing he could do to heal the man. The only thing he could do was to ensure Nagato walked, but he wouldn't have that great deal of mobility. Worse, his body was heavily emaciated. He looked frail. It was ridiculous that despite in this kind of state, this man had continued to rack up victory after victory against all those who dared stand against him. The attack was meant to kill me. Nagato couldn't forget that fateful day. It didn't matter that he lost his mobility. His biggest regret was that he failed to protect Yahiko. Had he been a little more powerful, Conan wouldn't have gotten captured. Yahiko wouldn't have been forced to take drastic measures because of his inability to act. Hanzo? Yes. That must have been years ago. Before you became Pain. Despite his power, it is unthinkable that Hanzo would damage you like this when in the height of your powers. Can you solve this? To some extent. Kabuto smiled. But I can't do much. However, you possess the Rinnegan. If you absorb large quantities of chakra, You should be able to restore some of your movements. But the damage cannot be undone. I see. Never did Nagato think he would be getting on his feet again. On that fateful day Hanzo colluded with Danzo to get rid of them. He'd consoled himself on the fact that he would never walk again. If he could walk, even if not at full capacity, it would be worth it. I'm surprised you're not securing the village, considering there is going to be an invasion by the Great Five. They'll be attacking on 2 fronts. There is only one way of entering the village. They can't attack in 2 fronts. Nagato replied casually. Yahiko would have been incensed at the thought of his beloved village being under attack. Nagato had the same feeling. Nobody would trample on the hidden rain again. Not while he was still alive. But still a force to be reckoned with, Kabuto said. I could help, or maybe if Naruto assists you, it won't be a problem. We do not need your help. Do what you have Kon to do and leave. We will defend our nation against any threat. Kabuto chuckled. When Nagato gave him a sharp look, he held up both hands. I will depart immediately. It is just that I can be a good asset. That is why Naruto keeps me around. Dare I say there was no one more knowledgeable about what happens in the shinobi world more than Orochimaru-sama, and I now possess that knowledge. It is not whether you know more, it is whether that knowledge helps me in any way. Kanehigakure. Sasuke stopped gigantic gates of the hidden leaf, eyes staring at the clear sky. This was the place that conspired to get rid of his clan. The Uchiha founded this place. Madara named it, and yet, they were treated like pariahs, until they had his beloved brother execute the perfect plan. Sasuke understood why the clan would want to rebel. It was an insult that no Uchiha ever became Hokage. What more reasons did he have to stay here? He could follow Naruto. But that would be the easiest route to follow. If he settled in Uzushiogakure and decide to restore the Uchiha clan there, they could create a powerful village. He was here. This village belonged to the Uchiha. No matter what has been said and done, it was still his home. His clan abandoned its feud with the Senju clan and settled here. It was their doom, but he would turn it around. He would ensure that the name of Uchiha rises once more again to be heralded as the most powerful clan. Sasuke held out his right hand. He blocked the sun's path. The leaf would fall into his hands. The Uchiha would rise again. The little issue he had to deal with was restoring the clan. How did he even go about that? He laughed inwardly. It was a bitter laugh. A mocking voice inside his head. He knew the answer. He had to marry. It wasn't because of any other reason than to make Uchiha babies. If it was Naruto, he'd done it already. But Sasuke wasn't like that. He couldn't even picture himself with wives, much less a wife. It was outside of him, but it had to be done. Once more, he chuckled, a bit darkly, at the thought of approaching a woman. He would have to speak to Kakashi about this. Lady Tsunade awaits you, Sasuke-san. Sasuke's eyes shifted to the right, where the Umbu had appeared. He was now called Sasuke-san instead of Uchiha. If he didn't think it would make him look crazy, he would have laughed. Of course. He replied without emotion and then disappeared into thin air. The Umbu followed him. The atmosphere in the office was tense, as expected. They were waiting for war. The village was at a standstill. In a day or two, an army would march out of the leaf, ready for an invasion. Perhaps this was good for the shinobi world. To usher a new era. You're not back with Naruto. The welcome came from Kakashi. The Jonin was standing in front of Tsunade's desk, wearing his usual expression. The Hokage, however, had an expressionless look. And that is worrying, Tsunade added. I cannot stress that enough. From their viewpoint, it was indeed stressful. At this rate, Sasuke didn't think he cared. He didn't want to care. He just wanted this phase to be done and dusted so he could have a look at the future. I found him. He is alive and Pain is dead, Sasuke replied flatly. Of course, he didn't want to think that Naruto didn't know anything about the bijou. It was Naruto. Sasuke was just not going to ask because it was better this way. And he was certainly not going to say anything to these people. And why he is not with you. The others are plotting to kill him. Even if Pain is dead, they won't stop. Tsunade's 2-second attempt to mask her emotions had now slipped. And people often accused him of not having any emotional control. The Genin was infamous for hurling and breaking things in fits of anger and frustrations. Perhaps it was the new feeling that bubbled in front of him, but Sasuke thought of Tsunade's response with indifference. It wasn't like he was scared for Naruto. Naruto can handle himself. That's not the point, Sasuke. Kakashi replied with an air of patience. Naruto is not returning to Konoha. He said he was done and would be going to Uzushiogakure. His words were met with a pregnant silence. After a second, Tsunade broke her desk. Kakashi took a step back. It wasn't her killing intent, it was the fear of being hit by something. What? Sasuke was certain the entire village heard her loud voice. But internally, this was the same response he had when Naruto told him of the news. But he has had time to think about things. Kakashi's happy face slipped. You're serious? Sasuke rolled his eyes. Of course I am. Why are you awfully calm about this? Did you know he was going to leave the village? Sasuke chuckled, rather darkly. Of course not. His cold stare was on the Genin Hokage. When he said the words, I felt abandoned. He is the only friend I had and he suddenly just announced he was going to leave. To be honest, he had theorized that you would never make me Hokage, but he could become Hokage and then appoint me in the position. He is now gone. You think I'm pleased? The anger and frustration was unmistakable, even if his voice did not rise, not even a little. Tsunade took a moment to settle. Losing Naruto was a blow to Konoha's military strength. She was going to hammer at Shikaku. The man had been insistent that Naruto could be trusted. And now he had betrayed the leaf in a dangerous situation. And she wasn't just going to think he didn't have some other plans. He was not that humble. Another major migraine was that Sasuke was still here. Why was Kakashi not yet Hokage? He would be dealing with this mess, not her. This kind of situations encouraged alcoholism even if others might frown upon it. Abandoned, huh? If she had underestimated Naruto's influence over Sasuke, she now didn't. What really happened? He told me he was not going to return to Konoha. He didn't explain much but said we would talk some other time. And the bijou? Sasuke smiled. He said the secret died with Pain, as to the whereabouts, but I'm sure he knows. The bijou are the reason he isn't back here. Even if that's not the case, he is still the only other Jinchuriki. He is going to be hunted down. Leaving Konoha makes it easy for them to do it. On the other side, Kakashi added in a thoughtful, yet serious tone. It means he can do whatever he wants without thinking about Konoha. If they go after him, what happens? If they are serious enough and prove to be a nuisance, he might just decide to become their enemies. Sasuke replied with a shrug. And you say that with indifference? I'm not worried about him. I'm worried about those who would cross the line. Some things he'll let go. He doesn't really hold grudges. But there are red lines that mustn't be crossed. Tsunade stared. This was a mess. She wasn't happy that the thing that could threaten the leaf was no longer around. She had no reason to. She wouldn't have even taken the decision to have him killed even if he was weaker. He was her shinobi and had given much to the leaf. Without him, Danzo would have been Hokage now, and she would have either rebelled or departed the leaf. It must be announced that Naruto has left us, Tsunade said without emotion. You must prepare to depart with me. We can't wait for Jiraiya to return. We must go ahead and we will discuss the way forward with the other Kage at Aim's borders. We're still going to go. The bijou could still be in Aim or somewhere else. We don't know since Naruto won't say. Tsunade replied swiftly and they took a pause. Gaara said the bijou were being sealed into something. Naruto has confirmed this much. If Pain is dead, the reason for invading is dead. But we simply can't just send a message to say we can't go. Anything could still change given what Jiraiya finds in Aim. We will march, but I will talk to the other Kage about this development, tell them our decision in person. I understand. Leave us. Sasuke left without saying a word. Tsunade turned to Kakashi. He is your student. What more reason does he have to be in this village? I don't know. Kakashi replied earnestly. I'll talk to him. But you need not be concerned about whether he will turn on us. If he wanted to leave, he wouldn't have returned. And we wouldn't have had the time to look for him with AIM invasion. I have to be worried. If we also lose him, it is going to be a blow to our military strength. I don't like him, but he is far more valuable asset than even Jiraiya. I know. Kakashi agreed in a heavy tone. And what about Naruto? We must talk to him about this. But we must first hear what Jiraiya has to say about Amigakure. Just talk to him and ensure he isn't going anywhere. In the meantime, I will be getting ready for war. That is the pressing matter at the moment. We can deal with Naruto afterward. Hokage Monument. You're brooding more than usual, Kakashi said to Sasuke, who sat atop of the monument. The Jonin did not sit but remained standing beside the Uchiha. Tell me one reason I should be happy. You're alive. And yet I feel dead. Kakashi sighed. Nothing unexpected. In Naruto, Sasuke lost his biggest supporter and honestly, the only friend he had. It was natural for him to be lost. What was surprising was how he termed it, abandoned. Then again, leaving your only friend in such circumstances would be called abandonment. Did he think the Uchiha was making a play? No, Sasuke wasn't like that. He would give the Uchiha a medal for not being a pretentious bastard. The trophy for that kind of thing could go for Naruto. The fact that Sasuke said Naruto had abandoned him meant that he didn't know about this. Then it was Naruto of the old. The blonde was back to his roots, acting on whims and not following a long-thought plan. Kakashi feared that Naruto. He was unpredictable and was capable of anything. The Naruto he'd been seeing recently was more controlled and considerate. The student he had known spent his time controlling his emotions and but prone to a streak of unpredictability. He was nonetheless anything but reckless. That is only because Naruto was your only friend. Without him, you're lost. If the situation was reversed, he would have been sad to lose a friend, but wouldn't have been lost because he can just get along with anyone. Naruto does not bore himself. Kakashi smiled. He could even join a group of strangers and start chatting with them. I am not Naruto. Inflexible. Aren't you my sensei? Kakashi held up his hands. There is little one can do. You're not taking responsibility. Naruto warned you, you just didn't listen. I figure you didn't think this was a possibility. Sasuke nodded but fell silent for a moment. When I learned the truth about my brother, I decided to leave Konoha. Naruto convinced me otherwise. I could have chosen to leave with him, but I am here and I wonder if it is worth it. Kakashi wasn't going to betray Sasuke by running back to Tsunade and telling her that the Uchiha had such thoughts. He was talking because he trusted him. You came back. That is what matters the most, the Jonin said in a serious tone. Yes. Sasuke closed his eyes, and then opened his eyes, revealing the Mangekyo. Naruto told me to make friends but I didn't listen. It is too late now. I can only focus on my duties. Possibilities are high that Kumo and IWA will turn on us when we announce to them that Pain has been killed, no sight of the Bijou, and we won't be taking part in the invasion. Well, we have always known the leader of the Akatsuki was based there. They'll say they want to get rid of remnants of the organization, Kakashi replied. But because they might do that, you're going with Lady Tsunade and I trust you will protect her. Of course. He would protect Konoha. If that meant he had to trample on the other Kage, then Sasuke would do it. Your jutsu would be useful against the Tsuchikage jutsu. Naruto compiled a report on all the Kage. The Raikage's main strength is speed. The Tsuchikage is old but has experience, and his problematic jutsu is particle style. According to Naruto, it can tear through even my Susanoo. But if he used the Yata mirror, it could be different. Naruto still held the blade but he didn't need it. Didn't Naruto come up with a way to counter it? If you get hit, you're done. You just need to kill him before he activates it because it does require time to activate. Easier said than done? Kakashi shook his head. We are seriously not talking about killing the Tsuchikage, are we? Even if they turn on us, killing the Kage means an all-out war with their villages. We cannot afford that at the moment. If you say so. Sasuke shrugged. Do you think I'll ever become Hokage? Why are you back in this village, Sasuke? The Uchiha smiled, bitterly. The Uchiha found this village along with the Senju. And yet, we were never treated fairly. People have always been envious of our power. No Uchiha ever became Hokage. And now we are known as a clan wiped out by one of us. I want to change that. I feel that I owe it to those who lived in the past to write a new story for the clan. If I can become Hokage, then I think I'll have lived a worthwhile life. Besides, this is still my home. The people in this village have always loved me. They still do. Then being Hokage is a possibility for you. But what happens when it doesn't happen? Sasuke laughed like a madman. For a moment, Kakashi thought the Uchiha was broken. I'm not thinking about that. If I do my best and get overlooked like the Uchiha before me have, then what else can I do? I'll just have to accept that the Uchiha have no place in Konoha. And the sacrifice of his brother was for nothing. I don't think I'm entitled to it. I know I have to work hard to convince. I'm saying, I will work hard and with my power. If I get overlooked it becomes something else. Who else in my generation can claim to be better than me? There was a bit of arrogance in his voice as he spoke. Kakashi sighed. He was not wrong to say there was no else who bettered him, in terms of power at least. This was ultimately a shinobi village. Power was everything. But before Sasuke became Hokage, he needed to change. He needed to work on his people's skills. I'm already selected to succeed the fifth. I can select who becomes my successor. I'm not going to take you under my wing. You'll have to prove to me. Sentiments will not get in the way. The future of the village will be at stake, Kakashi said firmly. You're going to be head of the military police. It will give you responsibility and time to learn new things. You must already know your clan was not welcomed in the streets because of its role. You'll have to navigate through it all. Don't think just because they love you now, they won't turn on you tomorrow. People's emotions change all the time. Hidden rain. Jiraiya came to a complete halt while rushing through the water that surrounded the hidden rain. It wasn't lost to him that getting into the village was notoriously difficult. Even if you came in, getting out was impossible. What were the Kage even thinking of trying to invade such a village that was surrounded by a huge lake with only one way of entering? Running through the water was just a recipe for disaster. This thought was nonetheless not the reason he came to a halt. It was the shinobi sitting on what appeared to be a scrap of metal. He recognized the crimson hair and the legendary Rinnegan. For a long minute he stood motionless, trying to figure if he was caught in a genjutsu. Nagato was supposed to be dead. How was he alive? Was he the one who killed Hanzo? It has been a while, Jiraiya-sensei. The last time I saw you, Yahiko was crying over your departure, Nagato stated without emotion. The voice rubbed Jiraiya the wrong way. This was definitely not the same Nagato he had trained. The child he had trained was soft-hearted. But it would be naive of him to expect him to have been the same. He last saw them in after the Second Shinobi World War. Nagato, you're alive. For some reason, he had no reason to be happy. It seems so. What are you doing here? I would ask you the same question, Jiraiya-sensei. I'm here to find information about the leader of the Akatsuki and if the bijou are hidden here. I cannot allow you to enter the village. And for the bijou, they are too big to be hidden in a village. They are not here, Nagato replied resolutely. If he allowed Jiraiya to enter Amigekure, he would learn the truth, and knowing his sensei, there might be a battle. Nagato wanted to avoid that because there was a bigger battle to prepare that he had to engage. If something happens to the Sannin, the invasion would surely occur, even if the chances of it not happening were slim. Are you serious about that, Nagato? Jiraiya asked in a hardened tone. I am serious. I need you to go back to Konoha. I cannot. The fact that you don't want me to enter shows me you're hiding something. I also has the distinct feeling that Naruto also didn't want me to come here. After all, he took the time to find me to tell me that it was no longer necessary. Naruto did that, huh? A little surprising but understandable. If his fellow Uzumaki had used force, things could have been different. This nation has been used as a battlefield for you great nations. You're well aware that I lost my parents to Konoha shinobi as a result. We have been faced with violence from you people and now you're planning to invade us. You can understand why we do not want you to come into the village. There was a certain feeling about the way Nagato spoke about Konoha shinobi. Jiraiya recalled that it had taken some time for Nagato to open up due to what happened. Not to mention, he still held some negative feelings over what happened years ago. This whole thing just became tricky. We only chose to invade because of the threat of the Akatsuki. We know the leader was located here. But thinking about it and your potential, you couldn't have been the leader? That would mean Naruto was lying when he said he killed Pain. Jiraiya couldn't put it past the blonde. It would make sense for him to do so. The Akatsuki threatened the Great Five. 8 bijou were taken, action had to be taken. If the leader was located here, then surely you know something, Nagato. Whether I know something or not does not matter. Pain is dead. The Akatsuki is no more. Nagato replied sharply. We do not have your bijou with us. So, Jiraiya-sensei, please return home. Not until I have answers. Please, Nagato. Jiraiya was pleading. Let me enter the village and see for myself. If I do that, I can go back to Konoha and tell them that there is no need. You have my word, Konoha will not invade and will do everything to stop the invasion if you had nothing to do with this. Nagato slowly stood up. There is nothing to see and nothing to discuss, Jiraiya-sensei. You have chosen war with us and we must prepare to defend ourselves. All this could be solved if he just says Naruto took the bijou. But some of the Great Five wouldn't believe it. They would say they worked together. Besides, he still wanted peace, and the fact that the Great Five have chosen to invade them just signified that they had no good thoughts about them. You really think you can fight against the Great Five? We must do what we must. But that can be avoided if you just let me come in. My response will not change. We do not owe you an explanation. You're not our leaders. Nagato replied with a shake of his head. You will not walk past me and enter Amigakure. If you choose to fight, then I will oblige. Kanehigakure. Shikamaru rarely played games with his father indoors. When they went indoors and the doors shut, he knew something serious had occurred. He hoped Naruto had not lost. No, if Naruto had lost, there would have been panic in the village. It was now simply preparations for an invasion. I was just speaking to Lady Tsunade. She has told me that Naruto has decided to leave Konoha. And she is preparing to brand him a rogue shinobi. Shikamaru blinked with surprise. He felt like he'd been showered with icy water across the face. Sasuke was still in the village as far as he was concerned. And Naruto went rogue? What could have caused it? The blonde had seemed settled in conversations they had together. And the plans were not yet completed. That is a problem. But hardly shocking development. With everything that has been happening, I thought he would be around. He was coming with good plans for the village. If he disappears, those plans won't bear any fruit. If they were a priority. Shikamaru frowned hearing those simple words from his father. Those plans Naruto had were well thought. It wasn't something someone could just abandon. They could revolutionize the way a shinobi village is run, and make them much more financially independent. They certainly had the effect of making the Hidden Leaf into an independent nation. And that was not a priority for Naruto. Naruto is powerful and Sasuke has gone to state he can't defeat him. But you're not worried about that. Shikaka shook his head. He stared at the board. He was perhaps losing his touch, or maybe the son was really going to surpass the father. Experience still helped nonetheless. You must understand Naruto's nature. You don't think he will attack Konoha? It would be hell if that ever happened. But logically speaking, That shouldn't even be a worry considering that Naruto has done all he can to ensure the leaf prospered. He played vital roles during the Sand Invasion and ensuring that Danzo was unseated. His father's lack of concern was not unfounded. There were genuine reasons to think otherwise. This then begged the question, why did Naruto decide to leave Konoha out of the blue? No. Shikaka smiled. But I must admit that Naruto has never been loyal to Konoha, despite everything he has done. He has always said as long as he was a shinobi of the leaf, he would do as expected. Well, leaving Konoha is not expected. Indeed. But this was not something he planned on doing, Shikaka said. Naruto must have gone to battle with every intention of killing Pain and coming back. He would have even happily gone to the Kage summit if permitted. But that would have been simply for amusement. At any event, the plans Naruto had were not a priority because it was some sort of an experiment for him. Let us go back to what I said about his nature. One part of him that you must understand as it pertains to his decision to leave is something rooted to his character. And that is, he'd always do as instructed. Naruto did everything possible to avoid insubordination. He was not a model for taking orders, but despite his power and interests, he never allowed that to stand in the way. He often said as long as he was a shinobi of Konoha, he would do as ordered. You mentioned that before. Then he left because he wants to do his own thing and not become in direct conflict with orders of the Hokage. Partly, yes. Shikaka nodded. If Naruto had not planned on leaving and decided to finally leave after facing a man who had collected 8 bijou, what do you think would be the reason? He took the bijou for himself. That is likely the case. If he didn't do that, there is no other plausible explanation as to why he chose not to return to Konoha. If others find out about this, it is war. Even Tsunagakure could turn on us if he did that, and we protected him. Removing himself from us projects Konoha. Indeed. Shikamaru smiled. That is just a thought. I don't think Naruto would actually go that far. There are other reasons as to why he could have done it. I suppose we will find out. The main issue is finding a solution in case Iwagakure and Kumo declare war upon us. The loss of their Jinchuriki is a good for us but not quite. Our military strength has declined greatly over the years. Wouldn't Suna help us? I can't think of Kirigakure getting involved. We can't depend on that. And I fear Naruto wouldn't involve himself. Besides, Naruto had a certain way of doing things. If he had all the bijou, and got involved, it would be the complete destruction of those two. What we can do is ensure that neither move out to attack us. Lady Tsunade has entrusted us with devising a strategy to prevent them from marching quickly. To delay them while we plot for a way to defend ourselves. Shikamaru inwardly frowned. Because whatever strategy they would come up with would be brutal. It was a matter of survival on their end. If they couldn't take the hardened decisions, they would face destruction. This what being a leader meant. Shikamaru wasn't sure he was ready for this. The effort I took to protect one's village was a painful one, and it would sometimes require you to throw out all ideals and do what needed to be done. Kusugakure and Takigakure do not have a good relationship with Iwagakure. In past wars, the stone has used them for its war purposes, even invading them. A squad of Umbu will leave tonight to convince them to fight with us. In return, once IWA is defeated, they will redraw their maps and take parts of the Earth country. And Konoha will always be there to defend them. You sound like you want the stone to be reduced in power. If it loses Shinobi and its land, the stone would risk losing its status as a great nation. Shikamaru stared at his father. There is no guarantee they would take that risk of openly challenging IWA. They are at their borders and could think we just want to use them. They'll agree, Shikaka said firmly. What do you think Naruto was doing in the 2 years he left Konoha with Sasuke? It is something he let slip. Maybe purposefully. The Nara shook his head. Once those two are with us, it creates a buffer. And there is no saying IWA won't take the opportunity to try to attack the Rain, if they don't end up invading. At any case, IWA will also be at war with the Rain. Our borders on that front will be protected. We can afford to send more men toward the side of Kumo. If an invasion of the rain doesn't happen, are we going to motivate IWA to do so or lead the rain into thinking so? We have no choice but to do so. We need not do anything difficult exactly. You mean we could get in word that IWA plans such an attack? Considering that they would have already come close to invading the nation, it would be believable. But to give it credibility, we would have to steer IWA's shinobi to the direction of the rain. Shikamaru did think quickly. Shikaku understood this could be difficult for him, but this was the life of a shinobi. So many dark things occurred behind the curtains. Konoha has even done more drastic measures in the past. Before he could reply, the sound of crows cawing, feathers flapping caught both by surprise. They turned to the direction and saw a murder of crows coming together. It formed the upper part of Naruto's body. Genjutsu? The younger Nara asked. Sharingan Genjutsu. I thought you needed eye contact for that to happen. We made eye contact when we turned. The crows cawing was the trick, Shikaku explained. Then you're still in possession of Shirsue's eyes. That was just a sound-based genjutsu. You must know, there are certain sounds that hypnotize you, Naruto's clone explained. But let me not waste time. I am just a clone. What are you doing here? No, I should be asking if you took the bijou and what you plan on doing with them. It was Shikamaru who asked the question. Nara, and your thinking. Geniuses have always bothered me. Perhaps it is envy. He smiled. I am here because of Sasuke. That loner is the only friend I have had. My request to you is that you take care of him. He is Konoha's most valuable asset at the moment, and I don't want him following me. Another clone is passing the message to the Anbu commander. They will be working together for the protection of the village when the military police comes into force. My request to you, Shikaku, is that you push for its creation. You would be creating it entirely to appease him, but works for the overall future of the village. Why are you going out so much for him? He is my friend. That shouldn't be too difficult to understand. Kakashi's message was always to value your friends more than orders. I value that. As a friend, I want Sasuke to achieve his goal. It would please me if that were to happen. So all these was for him. Shikaku said of the plans Naruto was making. But if we're going to do that, don't you want to guarantee something for us? You demand Konoha's protection. And you have my word, as long as I exist, the leaf will not be destroyed, Naruto said firmly. After this, we possibly might never speak again. I'm going to disappear for a while. Before you leave, what of Ino? The clone closed its eyes. The original will speak to her, and if she so wishes, we will take her with us. You're going to leave the shinobi world and settle elsewhere. You're not going to be in Yuzushiogakure. The clone didn't reply, but burst into a murder of crows. Shikamaru released a long breath. He was going to need a long sleep after this. At least, there was hope for Ino. His friend wouldn't be so miserable. Do you think he is telling the truth about ambitions? I can't tell, Shikaku replied with a slight shake of his head. At least Konoha will be defended. We can ease our worries a bit. But it is surprising he choose to go away from the shinobi world. If someone says he has all the bijou, he gets hunted down. There is no peace. Even if that is not the case, he remains the only Jinchuriki. He'll always be hunted down. From what you have said, if he stays around in the face of that, he would most likely end up releasing the power of the Kyuubi to destroy those who want to destroy him. Hokage Office. Tsunade took a heavy breath, staring at Sasuke. She was taking a huge leap of faith in trusting him. Her gut didn't agree with it. But Kakashi and Shikaku said they could trust the Uchiha. She couldn't take Kakashi with her to the rain. In case something happens, Sasuke had the best chances of surviving and escaping any sudden attack. She glanced at Kakashi and then spoke. Jiraiya isn't back yet. Hopefully, he will join us along the way with information. I have received word from Gaara and he has started to move. Then you'll be departing immediately. Yes. The men should be leaving the village in an hour. The first group has already left. I will leave with the last group along with Sasuke and Asuma. You're to remain in charge with Shikaku. I've decided that both Shikamaru and Shikaku cannot be with us. There was no doubt that Tsunade was thinking about the worst-case scenario. She was thinking in her mind that she might not return, and if that was the case, the Leaf had to be in a position to keep function. I understand. The Umbu are to keep patrol. Every other shinobi on a mission should return. The Jonin and Chunin are to be ready in case something happens. If the order comes, you must be ready to deploy. You're worried over nothing, Sasuke said in a flat tone. There might be a threat, but things will not be as you think they will. Naruto? I'm sure he is going to do something even if he doesn't appear. No, Sasuke was certain the blonde wouldn't appear. The question was whether something could be done in case an invasion was carried out. He had a feeling AIM wasn't going to be as defenseless as these people think. Naruto was not that kind of a person that he would let the Kage have it easy. We can't depend on him. He has already abandoned his loyalties with us, Tsunade said firmly. And I will say this, Sasuke. If the situation becomes dangerous and I order you to leave, you do it. If you cannot follow that order, it would be best if you stayed behind. I'll follow your orders. That doesn't give me any confidence. But we must march and be prepared for anything. I will first speak to the Kage, see where we stand. Later that day, Ino almost jumped when she found Naruto at her door. The village was on a hard lockdown. He was a wanted man. And yet he casually strolls into her house like this? She should be happy, but was not. She glared at him for putting her under unnecessary pressure and pain. She had to hear it from others that he had gone rogue. And they were planning on having a future together. Once the news spread around the village, she would become a laughing stock. She would be worse than even Sakura. Oh, look who finally decided to show up. She placed her hands on her hips, staring intently. Well, I had to show up, eventually. Well, took you long enough. To be honest, I didn't think I'd even see you again. You have that low of an opinion of me? You went rogue without talking to me. But I'm here. Oh, that makes everything better, Ino replied with mild sarcasm. I am going to spend time here. People will notice and it is going to get dangerous. And who is to blame? Me. Well, at least you know. Ino stepped out of the way. My parents are home. I know. I came here now because they are home. I wish to speak to them. You've been here in this village? Ino asked with a look of disbelief. Naruto knew he said something he shouldn't have said. But he wasn't going to answer. He would give Ino time to vent and hit him if she wanted. It was just not now. There were more pressing matters to handle at the moment. He understood her anger and in hindsight, he should have handled things better. It just showed she was not priority. He had to navigate through that. As he was thinking, Inoichi showed up in the passage. The Yamanaka held a hardened expression. Naruto knew he wasn't welcomed in the house. The wife soon followed. As usual, she wore a smile. Oh, Naruto. Hello? Naruto greeted with a warm smile. I apologize for dropping in on you like this, especially at a time like this. But I need to speak with you. I can imagine. We have nothing to talk about. You're a rogue shinobi. You shouldn't be anywhere near my daughter. The mother held the husband. But speak to Ino first. Once you have spoken to her, we can talk. Without waiting for a response, she dragged her husband away. He protested along the way. Well, that isn't going to make things simple. Come along, Uzumaki, Ino said in a flat tone, walking away from her. He followed her to her room. The room of a little girl. She sat on her bed, head resting on her knees, and did not look at him. Trying to understand her emotions was easy. He didn't need to get into her head. He sat on the edge of the bed, stared into the floor. When I went to face pain, something happened. I ended up taking the bijou into me. I became the Jinchuriki of the Jubi, hence my decision to stay away. But to be honest, I was always going to leave, it was just a matter of when. I can't settle in this place. There are too many unpleasant memories. Anyway, Things happened quickly. I should have sent a clone to warn you. But I debated whether to continue with this. Of course, if I did not, then there is really nothing to look forward to in my life. Having you gives me purpose. The only thing I can say I have desired more than anything is to be in a loving family. As corrupted as I have become, family I consider the only thing that can close the gaps. I don't think it possible without you. Silence greeted him. After what seemed like eternity, Ino replied in a pained tone. Do you know what it felt like when I was told you went rogue? I felt betrayed. Like I meant nothing to you. I was angry. I still am. I was hurt. I'm still hurt. The raw emotion in her voice touched Naruto's cold heart. He felt she was close to tears, but he dared not look. This was strange. His heart was being noisy. It was really strange. It was almost laughable, but he dared not. The emotions were a whirlwind. It was no wonder people went crazy with their emotions. To what he felt, the guilt, the regret, it was all madness. He never quite thought he would experience such emotions. Regardless of the torment he went through, the suicidal thoughts he had in Orochimaru's grasp, he was still just like anyone else. This was it meant to love and be loved. Such raw emotions were curious and deadly. But he had to embrace it. It was part and parcel of being alive. We hurt people even when we don't intend to do so, huh? That is true, but this could have been avoided. He whispered to himself. I have gone rogue, as you say. So I am going to ask you something very difficult. It isn't like my relationship with Konoha will become non-existent. On the surface it might be the case, but not in reality. For now, I'm going to lay low in the land of springs. It is a land far away from shinobi matters. Once things have settled, I'll come back and settle in Yuzu. I have made the island inaccessible. It should be safe. My request is that you come with me. Hence I also wish to speak to your parents. Maybe we'll get married in the springs. Without my parents? Of course not. There was silence. The bed shifted a little. Naruto felt Ino's weight on his back. She was hugging him tightly. He felt wet. She was crying. Didn't he really think she would cry? Perhaps he thought about it and ignored it. For all his boasting about knowing people, he was lacking. Then again, he wasn't a particularly considerate person, even to Ino. Then, he was really a selfish bastard. I don't want to separate from my parents, but I love you. I want to be with you, Ino said a bit hopelessly. There is a teleportation jutsu. You can come and visit your parents at any time you want. You can also bring them their grandkids to see, and your mother can come visit any time she wants. We will be safe without anyone troubling us. Really? Really? Chapter 24 Future. If Nagato ever learned that Naruto would have let the invasion occur while watching idly, he would probably turn on him. Naruto was fine with being the most wanted man in the shinobi world. He had ways of escaping shinobi. But if he could avoid such a fate, then he would take it. It was for the reason that he was in this rainy village, stared upon by both Konin and Nagato. They still looked at him warily, perhaps over the impending invasion. If he could just say he took the bijou, their village wouldn't be under threat. Everyone loved their homes, but not him. Naruto didn't think he belonged to Konoha. It was not his home. There had always been some discomfort in that place. By now, Konoha must be ready with paperwork to strip me of all rankings and then brand me a rogue shinobi, Naruto announced in a quiet tone. After everything, going back was just impractical. But you don't want to hear about how bad things are for me. I almost went into blows with Jiraiya, Nagato replied. It would have been trouble for us had something happened to him. But you were warned he was coming and could thus take preventive steps. With his skills, infiltrating the village would have been easy. By the time you found him, he could have already discovered some things. Naruto had a look of indifference. I had warned him about not coming here and even went my way to try to get him to back off. In this situation, I'm not really trusted. With good reason, Konin said. Our nation is under attack. We have to defend it, even if it is against the Great Five. Conan would make sure those who tried to invade through the water were buried under the lake. Nobody would step into this village to destroy it. To get through, they would have to step over her dead body. We have never held high opinion of the Great Five. Much of our suffering has been because of them. We would not be against their destruction and take over if they wished to destroy us. People with God complex. They always were right and had the right to set the world straight. It was truly fascinating. Anyway, I have bound Yuzushiogakure. It has become inaccessible now and protected by a barrier that is powered by the Kyubi. The barrier is covered by a thick Jinjutsu. It means you can't see it. I have developed a contract with the Kyubi to allow for it to temporarily summon from the island. The summoning can only last for 5 minutes. He took out a scroll and handed it to Nagato. You sign that with your blood and you'll be able to summon it into battle. This is for both my benefit and to scare off the Kage. Kabuto told me what you need. A lot of chakra to revitalize your body. To be Uzumaki is certainly a blessing, isn't it? Border of Rain Country. What is the meaning of this, Hokage? Sasuke thought the Raikage looked more pissed off than the last time. It seemed that lightning was escaping from his chakra system. Was he that pumped up for war, or was the reality that his brother was dead finally kicking up to him? Intel suggested he was a lot closer to his brother, and his loss was surely a stab to the heart. Sasuke would know a thing or two about losing a brother. I don't think meeting to discuss things before we engage in Amigekure is a problem, Anoki said in a cautious tone. It would be to our disadvantage if we just gave the order. Besides, there is only one way of entering into the hidden rain. And my people have not been able to come back. What do you mean your people have not been able to come back? I demanded, stood still and glared sharply at the small figure of Anoki. We sent spies, but they did not return. Meaning we don't know what awaits us in there, Mei said, sharing Anoki's concern. That Tsuchikage was the oldest. And his wisdom was showing here. They have the numbers and the superiority complex, but entering a hole they knew nothing of was a stupid thing to do. I can understand why you worry. But Konoha has some information. I'm not sure if helps anyhow. Tsunade took the opportunity to speak. When we were leaving the meeting, we were attacked by one of the Akatsuki's leaders. He revealed to us that another one of them was going after Naruto. I left Kakashi and Sasuke to deal with him, and they did. Naruto engaged in pain and as far as he says, he defeated him. But could not get the location of the Bijou. That shouldn't be a problem for the Leaf. We know that you can get information even from the dead. The jutsu has limits. Some minds are dangerous. Tsunade replied with a shrug. We sent Jiraiya to aim. He returned without answers we wanted. He said he was stopped from entering the village, and couldn't force his way because the person who stood in front of him was powerful, and he wasn't sure he could survive the battle, and thought it best to just leave. Whatever the reason, he says he knows this person was hiding something. Tsunade wasn't going to be stupid enough to admit to these people that this person was a student of Jiraiya. Honestly, Konoha's hand was everywhere that it didn't make them look good. It looked like they were the masterminds of this whole charade. Even if they were not, their shinobi's involvement made them suspect. Naruto fought the leader? Yes. And couldn't find out where the Bijou are? Yes. You expect us to believe that? He was the one who was going around trying to convince us to be watchful of the Akatsuki, and suddenly he doesn't find out where the Bijou are. Anoki was staring at Tsunade with suspicion. Where is he? He went rogue, Tsunade admitted. I laughed. You really have no control over your shinobi, he shouted. It doesn't change anything. You're the ones who gave us information that the leader was located here. We know Hanzo is dead. In order to control S-ranked criminals, the leader would have been powerful himself. AIM can't claim ignorance. That they don't want us to enter means they know something. We must continue this path. I agree with the Raikage. But we must be cautious, Anoki said. But I'm concerned about why Naruto went rogue. If you find him, you can ask him, Tsunade replied sharply. Is there something you're hiding from us? You didn't want to kill him when it made sense to do so. He is now the only known Jinchuriki and he has gone rogue. Inoki didn't need to add anything else to make his point clear. These developments are the reason the Hokage called for us to speak. Gaara intervened before anything could break loose. Why do I get the feeling that there is more? The leaders of the Akatsuki are dead. We are not in danger anymore. Konoha feels there is no longer a need to invade Amigekure. Suna agrees with this. It would just be sending men to their deaths at this point. You want us to forget about our bijou? I kept calm. You keep calm because you still have yours. In this situation, Konoha maintains superiority over all of us. We cannot allow that to stand. The imbalance is unacceptable. This was just going where Sasuke thought it would. It picked off slowly, but it would soon turn into chaos. At which case, he would have stepped in. It didn't matter if he had to step on both the Tsuchikage and Reikage. The trick was acting quickly. If he got preoccupied with the Reikage, the Tsuchikage could turn him into dust with his jutsu. It was so unlike him to think like that, but Naruto had beat into him the danger of particle style. As Naruto said, the jutsu was kind of unfair. I'm not saying you should forget about your bijou. You're free to look for them. But the reason for invading AIM was because of the threat. That threat does not exist anymore. As long as 9 bijou are not known to us, there is a threat. We simply cannot just turn back. Inoki was shaking his head, a hint of disbelief at what the Hokage was suggesting. But I understand your position. You have your Jinchuriki and we don't. I have already said Naruto has gone rogue. And you expect us to believe this? If you want us to believe you, you tell us where he is and we go find him. He knows where the bijou are. If he doesn't know, he must die to achieve equality among the Great Five, I suggested. Konoha cannot do that. Inoki shook his head. Your shinobi were the last to meet this leader of the Akatsuki. We didn't meet him. In fact, it has been you who said they were in this place. And now suddenly, we mustn't invade. Your shinobi was the last to see the man who possibly knows where the bijou are, but he has gone rogue. Jiraiya couldn't get into AIM because the leader is supposedly too powerful. Do you see how this looks? Just say what you want to say. Tsunade stared back at Inoki. Was there a threat to the shinobi world, or was it just your planning? Or Naruto's plans? Aren't we the ones who were fighting the Akatsuki? One might reason to clean up the mess. Inoki shrugged. Personally, he didn't think anyone in Konoha was capable of this, but the signs were just there to avoid. Konoha had been losing shinobi left and right. The disappearance of the bijou suited them better than anyone. Lest we forget, you're the only ones who didn't get attacked by the Akatsuki, Inoki said. We agreed that we would invade AIM, and we must. If you're saying that the leader is indeed dead and the people in AIM are hiding something, then it is more pressing for us to go there and find out what they are hiding. As far as we're concerned, Naruto could be in AIM at this rate. What you have told us makes it obvious that we must continue with this. We cannot unless you know something we don't. The threat is still there because for all we know, AIM could be behind the Akatsuki. Well, at least things were not coming to blows. Tsunade sighed inwardly. Nobody was being irrational. She seemed to be the one who was losing the plot, and sooner or later, she was going to lose even the Mizukage. Gaara would stand by her because he trusted her. But how did she get out of this? She couldn't get out of the plan to deal with Naruto. But the reality was Naruto was gone. Even if they didn't believe her, the Uzumaki was no longer part of the Hidden Leaf. That is indeed a possibility, Tsunade admitted through her gritted teeth. But the decision is made. We don't even know anything about AIM to invade. The risks are no longer worth it. You're going against an agreement of a summit you called? Inoki questioned. You're the one who called for a meeting. We made an agreement and suddenly you want to back out. You think it works this way, Hokage? I understand your concern. And that we might not be holding out our end if the deal. But that is why I called everyone to discuss this. You're not discussing anything. You're telling us that you're pulling out. This isn't going anywhere. May intervened. What is the way forward here? Kirigakure doesn't know much about what is happening, and I am reluctant to send my men to a place we know nothing about. I suggest we call off the invasion. Let us think about this and decide what comes next. Anoki scoffed. Even if we agree, you might just change your minds again. At this rate, I don't even trust that you don't know where the bijou are. You might know and want to get them yourselves. That would be declaring war against all of you. Not like Konoha hasn't invited war before. Anoki shrugged. What is certain is that Konoha's words mean nothing. You cannot come here and tell us that AIM is hiding something, but we shouldn't go in even when we don't know where the bijou are. That alone is suspicious. He does make sense, Mei said. This is a waste of time. If Konoha doesn't want to invade, IWA and Kiri and Kumo can call for more men and invade. But if we learn that you had something to do with this, both of you will be next. We will come for you. A threatened. We shouldn't make such threats lightly. I am not. I lost my brother. Anyone responsible for this has to pay. And if you're responsible and have been fooling us, you must pay dearly. The Yandame Reikage replied in a dead serious tone. Konoha has nothing to do with the Akatsuki. We actually warned all of you about them. You did not listen and lost your Jinchuriki as a result. Nobody gave you permission to speak Uchiha. Yes, but he is telling you the truth, Tsunade said. I cannot sit here and let you threaten Konoha. We did nothing wrong. And don't want to send men to their deaths when we know there is now no more threat. I'm avoiding saying anything because I don't want us to go to war. But your actions are treacherous and leading us there. That is your interpretation. Tsunade managed to be indifferent. But if Konoha is threatened, we will defend ourselves. You're welcome to hunt down Naruto. But we won't help you. He has done much for our village. I repeat, we have done no wrong, and we will defend ourselves against anyone who threatens us. Those words alone about Naruto makes me question if he really has gone rogue, Anoki said with suspicion. But are you really sure you can defend Konoha? Suna is weak. Konoha lost the Uchiha. In the last war, even when you Sannin were at the peak of your powers, you could do nothing. Even with the Uchiha. You had to thank the Minato. And now you have neither. Do you think you stand a chance? The sudden spike of chakra caused the Kage and their guards to disperse. It was from Sasuke, who quickly shifted into the armored version of the Susanoo. The dark purple Susanoo surrounded him from all sides. He stood still, looking at the Kage arrogantly. What are you doing, Sasuke? Are you trying to make things worse? Tsunade shouted. But the Uchiha ignored her, glaring toward the directions of both Sachikage and Reikage. You think Konoha has weakened? You underestimate the power of the Uchiha. Anoki watched wide-eyed, seeing the Uchiha turn into a gigantic purple creature of chakra. The Susanoo stood tall above them all. He was nothing but an ant before it. He could understand from the view why Madara had treated them like children and told them to simply obey Konoha. This was really a Susanoo. He had not seen this before. He had seen small versions of it, but nothing like this, and to think Konoha was hiding this power. By Konoha's own admission, this brat was not stronger than Naruto. Then what kind of a monster was the blonde? Anyone who attempts to destroy Konoha will find me waiting for them. Sasuke's Susanoo held a chakra blade. This was cheap. It was a show-off, and the power shouldn't be used like this. It stung his pride that he considered dropping it, but he had to do something to discourage these people against any naughty thoughts. The Susanoo clenched its blade, and then in the blink of an eye, it was swung. Boom! The Kage and their guards were blasted into the air by the shockwave that swing created. They didn't see anything but were sent flying along with large amounts of debris. Tsunade was fortunate she had been behind the Uchiha when he took a swing. Both she and Gaara were safe, but the other three bore some brunt. She feared this would just spur them to attack. Was quick to recover. The Uchiha hadn't been aiming at them. The strike was just too powerful, and they were closer. He wasn't stupid enough to think the Uchiha had failed in an attempt to kill them. He stood up and stared motionlessly at the devastating effect of the swing. The mountain in the distance was cleaned in half. Just one thing and a mountain was cut in half. Had it been directed at an army, it would have been disastrous. Had it been within the cloud, the village would have been destroyed. He grew nervous. The cloud didn't have this kind of power. So, this was the power of the Uchiha. He swallowed hard. It was just like any bijou but with controlled destruction. He looked back at the Uchiha. Konoha does not want war. With my power, I could destroy the rain myself. But we choose not to do so because we think it would just be slaughtering innocent people. We will not attack anyone. But if you dare threaten us again, we will threaten you. Upon saying that, Sasuke dispersed his Susanoo. Maybe it was reflex, but seeing the opportunity, he activated his lightning cloak. It was perhaps safe to just get rid of the Uchiha now than when they were at war. Inoki seemed to have the same idea as him. A blurred out of sight, and appeared just in front of the Uchiha who was still airborne. His lightning-coated fist cut through the airwaves in the blinding speeds that not even the Sharingan could follow. He was aiming for the Uchiha's chest. But his attack never reached the Uchiha. Someone else appeared out of nowhere and took his attack. It shocked him. Someone had simply appeared out of thin air and caught his fist. The man was a redhead, and wasn't even looking at him. I was told there would be an invasion, and here you are now fighting among yourself. It seems you great nations only know destruction against each other, that not even a fragile truth against a common enemy cannot sustain you. Particle style, atomic dismantling jutsu. Inoki already had a cone-shaped variant of his jutsu. He too recognized the danger the Uchiha posed. When the redhead appeared, he decided to take out both. The cone expanded in a flash toward the redhead. Nagato had already seen the Tsuchikage preparing his jutsu. When he felt the spike of chakra, he already was prepared. Gakido. He held out his left hand and then jutsu hit a barrier before being absorbed. While Inoki stood wide-eyed, Sasuke flashed away from him. Shinra Tensei. A rather light jutsu, and he sent the Raikage flying like a bullet. Slowly, Nagato descended to the ground. It felt strange being on his feet. The chakra he absorbed from Naruto was just too great. It had restored his youth and given him more power than he had expected. The power of the Jubi was truly nothing he had expected. Yet even as he felt like God and could stomp on all these people and their armies, the power Naruto wielded as even greater. Are you okay, Raikage? Inoki asked his partner in crime, floating above the man. A quickly stood up, unharmed, and ignored the Tsuchikage's concern. You were supposed to take him out. Now we have this situation to deal with. We just tried to kill him. Inoki shrugged carelessly. There is an even bigger threat. That man just absorbed my jutsu, he said in a deeply concerned tone. A Rinnegan wielder, huh? Wasn't the Akatsuki leader supposed to be a Rinnegan wielder? You must be Nagato, Tsunade said to the redhead. No doubt an Uzumaki. He was definitely the child Jiraiya took in. Nagato didn't turn out to face Tsunade but faced the sky. There was nothing but a tense silence as they waited for him to respond. Nagato did hand seals. Kuchios no Jutsu! In a large puff of smoke, the monstrous form of the Kyuubi appeared. They were all experienced enough to know that this was the real deal. Why have you summoned me, Uzumaki? Kurama demanded. Nagato ignored the bijou. We were peaceful, mindful of our own business until we were told that you seek to invade us. I was angry. How arrogant can you Grade 5 get? You have used us as a battlefield and now it suits you, you want to finish us. You have been leading nations for far too long that you don't even consider our sufferings. You all think you can do as you please. Nagato released a bit of his chakra. I came here to see if you have indeed declared war on us. If you have, we will defend ourselves by killing everyone who dares, even you Kage. We have no problem in showing you that the power you think you have is nothing. We would be more than happy to show you what it means to be weak and trampled upon. Why was everyone so powerful? Inoki wanted to know. He thought Sasuke was a danger, but this man has proved he was even more of a danger. Are you the leader of Amigekure? Inoki demanded. I am. Then answer this, Do you have our bijou? If I had them, they would all be trampling on the armies you have positioned to invade us. Some would have been done by now while you argue and heading toward your villages to do to you what you wish to do upon us. Those words were chilling. Inoki imagined C2 bijou wreaking havoc in his country, and thought of wanting to rush back home. The Uzumaki made sense. They had declared war on Amigekure. And if he indeed had the bijou, he would be using them. We can't just trust you. When you already have the Kyuubi. That shouldn't be the question right now. Tsunade shouted from the other side. Naruto is supposed to host the Kyuubi. What happened to Naruto? She demanded from the man. It should be obvious where he is. Once a Jinchuriki loses his bijou, he dies. We were given this because of the threat posed by you great nations. We are small nations, this is the power to defend ourselves. Nagato replied calmly. He paused, and the Kyuubi disappeared in a puff of smoke. He remained floating in the sky. Dialogue we welcome. After all, we do want to hear how you plan to make up for the violence you have inflicted upon us all these years in your wars. A warning, if you're still within the borders of this country by the end of this day, we will take it as you plan to continue with your efforts. In which case, we will not show you mercy. And we will not stop with just those who attack. We will wipe out your entire villages to ensure nobody rises in the future to attack us. As Konoha will know, the Kyuubi is capable of much destruction. And we will unleash it and those who threaten us. After saying those words, Nagato disappeared into the sky. Sasuke. Tsunade stared at the Uchiha. How can Naruto be dead? Is he really dead? He is Uzumaki, and why would he give away the Kyuubi? Well, this was a little genius from Naruto. If people thought he no longer housed the Kyuubi, then no one would be after him. They wouldn't even think he housed all the other bijou within him. They had seen Nagato with the Kyuubi. The Kyuubi was in Amigekure. Not with Naruto, so there was no reason to think he had it. There was the question, was he even alive? It wasn't a question that people died after a bijou was stripped from them. Naruto likes helping people. He was in a position where he fell prey to someone with power, and could do nothing. If aim was going to be destroyed and he didn't want to put himself in between but could help, then he could have given them the Kyuubi. The Uchiha replied with indifference. He is Uzumaki, so he might still be alive. I do propose we consider things carefully, Mei said. Yeah, the Reikage and Setsukage just tried to kill me, Sasuke said with a stare. After that attack you pulled, we can be forgiven for thinking you were trying to kill us first. Inoki was quick to reply with a straight face. We have no war with you. And obviously we do need to consider things. Aim's power means we must reevaluate. If Suna and Konoha are not going to take part, we can postpone the invasion until we have learned all we must about the village's power. At this rate, we would simply be sending our men to their deaths. I refused to say anything. This was just embarrassing. You really have no shame to say that with a straight face, Tsunade said with a laugh. But Sasuke acted without regard. I will excuse your attempt to his life. I need to process that we lost the Kyuubi to aim. That is something Konoha cannot let stand. Naruto has no right to give it away, but it explains why he went rogue. At any rate, the other bijou remain missing, and I hope as you hunt for them, you will not fight each other. If we hear something, we will let you know. Tsunade turned out. Let's go, Sasuke. We don't want to make the people of this country turn on us. Gaara followed. I look forward to hearing from you. Kiri has 2 bijou lost. I hope, for the sake of peace, you will each stick to your own bijou. Mei said to both A and Inoki. If Kiri learns of something, we will let you know. But remember, we are most likely not looking for 8 of them, but the statue that the Kazekage described. It could be hidden in AIM or any other nation. Then we must cooperate in searching everywhere. We must nonetheless start with AIM, Inoki replied. Why don't you send men to AIM? We can do that. Have them host Chunin exams in the pretense of trying to mend things over their grievances over past actions. If they let us in, we can look, Inoki said. I will hear from either of you then. Mei bowed slightly and went her way. Glared at Inoki. That was embarrassing. We are shinobi. We must sometimes face such moments. You must think about your men, Reikage. That man holds the Rinnegan, and it is said to be more powerful than the Sharingan. We've already seen the power of the Sharingan. This isn't the end of the story. We can swallow this to fight another day. Fire country. What the hell was that, Sasuke? Tsunade shouted once they stopped running. The army of men were already ahead, moving back to their homes. No doubt, in relief that there would be no war. They were threatening Konoha. You replied by threatening them. If Nagato hadn't appeared as he did, we could have gone into war when they attacked you. She was right in front of the Uchiha, the little controls she had now thrown out of the window. Do you understand what you nearly pulled us into? Sasuke folded his hands across his chest. But if I had kept quiet, they would have just kept at it. But wouldn't have attacked. We could have gone into war because of you. Calm down, Hokage. Gaara cut in a stern tone. We are not going to war. And I don't think Sasuke did anything wrong. Those two were threatening us. Bending over is what gives them the strength to think they can attack us and say whatever they want. Sasuke merely stood up for Konoha and showed that Konoha was not weak. If there had been intentions to attack you, that gave them something to think about. Tsunade wasn't done, but she didn't press the Uchiha. Tell me the truth, and if you lie to me, I'll make sure you never become Hokage. Did you know anything about this? Naruto is not so noble that he would give his life for another village. Sasuke laughed. Well, he isn't noble, but what I said is the truth. Naruto does like helping strays. The Uchiha replied. And no, I did not know anything about it. I told you the truth about what happened when I met him. Tsunade stared for a long minute and then nodded. I don't think he is dead though. Tsunade refused to believe that Naruto would die just like that. This nonetheless works well for us. We avoided war and can look forward to the future with a little bit of ease. We have nothing to fear about Kumo and IWA, so we can be at ease. She turned to Gaara. Thank you for having my back. Without you, things could have been different. Gaara shook his head. We are friends. I trusted your word and still do. That is why I will never forget this. You have simply trusted our word. And Konoha will forever be grateful. I believe that is what we have tried to build on our relationship, and I should hope when the time comes, you'll return the favor. Of course. Tsunade smiled. Hopefully, my successors will be reminded of this. We dodged a bullet today. But it was very close to hitting us. Gaara conceded. I should join my men. We have a long journey ahead of us. Be safe, Kazekage. Of course. Sasuke. Gaara nodded and disappeared along the sand. Tsunade let loose of a long sigh of relief. Things ended up working for the better. She could not have expected things to go this way. Sasuke was perhaps right. Naruto did have something in mind even if he didn't show up himself. Shikaku might say the blonde disliked geniuses, but he was quite the shrewd himself. She was just left with Sasuke. How she needed to get control of him. The good thing was that she didn't doubt his power. Even with all your power, you can't defeat Naruto? Now that she thought about it, Naruto wasn't the one to flaunt his power. In fact, he was known to avoid battles when necessary. Perhaps was just loath to the violence, or it was just boring to him because everyone was weak. I have never known to use the Kyuubi's power in battle, so, even now, he is still the same Naruto. Sasuke said to the thought that the blonde might be weakened. But yes, I could never get the best of him even with perfect Susanoo. I can't keep it forever. So as long as Naruto can take hits, I can't win. He liked doing that, just pushing endurance rather than fighting back. How do you fight against something like that? Naruto has jutsu for that, it's just less interesting for him. Sasuke shrugged. Had it not been for that man, that Sachikage's jutsu could have killed me. Naruto told me the Reikage was fast, but I didn't think he was that fast. And that Sachikage's jutsu was even faster. And you managed to say that carelessly. It's not use frowning over it. I escaped and learned something. What was disturbing was that Nagato stopped both effortlessly. He could understand why Naruto had no intention of stopping the invasion. It was because he knew it would not be so simple. With your permission, I want to go to Amigakure to ask about Naruto. Go. And return with something valuable and do it secretly. I don't want others knowing about this. Of course. I'll leave once we have reached the others. That's dutiful of you. If something happens to you, I will be the one who gets blamed. Some people might even think I let it happen on purpose to get your power. Sasuke replied in a flat tone. Tsunade wore an amused expression but did not reply. She did not do so because that was the likely scenario. Even those who loved him in the village could turn on him. Life changed that quickly. Minutes later. There were no camps when Tsunade arrived at the strong 1,000 men of Jonin-ranked shinobi. They were scattered under the shades of the trees, some eating and drinking water. Had things gone differently, they would have been engaged in a brutal battle. Some would return home, some would be lost in battle. The relief was apparent. Shinobi were ready to give their lives for their villages, but when they could escape it, they chose life. Nobody really wanted to die. She leaned over a tree. At least, she would not have the record of sending men to their deaths. She avoided such a tragedy. Everything was still possible. The future wasn't that great. After all, she had seemingly lost the trust of both Kyumo and Iwa. Trying to get the Mizukage on her side would be difficult but not impossible. At least for now, they had sidestepped the worst. What happened, Haim? Jiraiya asked with concern. I felt signs of battle, but was told by scouts that you were returning. We almost had a fight that I feared would happen, but wouldn't have happened if Sasuke didn't open his mouth. You probably felt Sasuke displaying his Uchiha prowess to those threatening the leaf with destruction. Well, that was expected. Indeed. On normal course of events, letting it slide wouldn't be smart, but on such a grand scale, giving it no power was the sensible thing to do if you wanted to de-escalate tensions. Nagato appeared. I didn't tell them he was your student, and it must never be revealed to anyone. You got it? I got it. What did he do? Jiraiya frowned thinking about Nagato. He was no doubt no longer the same person. The man he met had shown willingness to kill him if it stopped him from entering the rain. It really did show that if he had entered, he could have discovered something that would ensure even Konoha took part in the invasion. Nagato was really connected with the Akatsuki, or maybe he was the Akatsuki. But a battle with Naruto certainly changed things. Of course, that was whether Pain was the same person as Nagato. Out of the three he trained, Nagato had the potential to be the most powerful. But he wouldn't put it past Yahiko to have been the leader. He was always the leader and the hardened one. In his confrontation, Nagato did admit the man was dead. Ai and Inoki were attacking Sasuke. He stopped it and spoke about past injustices and basically threatened to wipe us all out if we chose to continue with the invasion. Tsunade sighed. They were really close to blows. She didn't want to think about what could have happened if he hadn't showed up at that moment. He showed up with the Kyuubi, she added in a deadly serious tone. And said Naruto gave it to him, even suggesting he was dead. Jiraiya fell silent, shocked. He was just fine when I saw him. But he is without question, no longer a Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Tsunade replied. There will be no invasion, for now at least. With the odds, even A could see it was not wise to invade AIM. Especially when we had decided not to take part in it. Sasuke has gone to AIM to speak with Nagato about Naruto, and what he meant by some of his words. What words? He doesn't like the great nations. Not that I would blame him. But I got the feeling one wrong move from us, and we could be facing someone with every motivation to see our destruction. It dawned on me then, perhaps even to the others, that if this man really had the bijou, he would be using them to make us feel what they have felt. The contempt for the great nations hasn't been masked. And it was something that wouldn't make Inoki comfortable. Tsunade was certain that Sachikage had merely gone back to regroup. I got the same impression, at least on his contempt for great nations. Jiraiya then admitted. His parents were killed by Konoha shinobi. They were living peacefully in their land when Konoha shinobi came looking for food. He admitted he killed them in rage. I don't think he has ever been able to forgive nor forget that. Despite being trained by a Konoha shinobi? That doesn't take away the loss of his parents. Jiraiya stared. Anyway, you think Sasuke will be allowed entrance? I think so. He obviously has some connection with Naruto. And if they had something to do with the Akatsuki, Sasuke is someone who can keep that secret. But not you. If you went in and found out that they were involved, you'd decided to take it on yourself to stop them. Nagato must have been conscious of that. If you had such thoughts, why didn't you continue with the invasion? It is something Shikaka said. Besides, when I was told Naruto succeeded, even though he'd gone, it became certain that an invasion was no longer necessary. It was just a needless battle that would eventually lead to an all-out war. The truce was only temporary. Tsunade closed her eyes, thinking deeply. If AIM did indeed have something to do with the Akatsuki, and I think it does, then it deserved to be invaded. But taking part in it when the threat of the Jubi no longer existed would have just been walking into a trap. We would lose good shinobi and without doubt, someone would betray someone. Inoki's movements were predictable. So it is not for AIM but for Konoha. I am the Hokage. I will always put Konoha first. It is my duty to think what is best for the village. But it doesn't answer the question about where the other Bijou are. We have to look, or maybe Sasuke will come back with some answers. You've already said he isn't going to tell us everything. I should go too. If you go there and die, it wouldn't be enough for me to order an invasion of AIM. Tsunade said without emotion. Let us wait for what Sasuke has to say. Besides, Nagato did say he was waiting for dialogue from us. Then AIM will soon be open. Amigekure. Nagato thought it was a miracle he didn't kill the Kage. Yahiko would have thought it best to just kill them all because they did not deserve to be world leaders and they had threatened their beloved home. Such a destructive path would have been a breeding ground for war and chaos. But it would be in that chaos that the great nations would realize their pain and know what it meant to be trampled upon. He glanced at Konan and smiled. She has always been around. A pillar to his strength. She kept him grounded on his impulses. Surely, without her, he would have wreaked havoc in the elemental nations. Beside her was Naruto. He sat atop of the balcony, never minding the long fall. He seemed to be busy with Konan about something. It seems that your plan will work, Nagato said to Naruto. Naruto smiled. That's a relief. I don't have to go on a path of destruction. Really, wiping out a village was criminally easy for a Jinchuriki of the Jubi. And you get your freedom. Not quite, but it is much better this way, Naruto replied. You must not relax. Since you have shown your hand, they'll want to rip out what is inside of it. I know that. Sasuke or Jiraiya should come back. But once again, until the stain of pain is removed from the village, he cannot enter. But Sasuke is different. I didn't speak to him about this, so he'll want answers. You can deal with him as you please. For now, I'll disappear for a while to enjoy my life. We will awaiting your return, Nagato replied. But he was confident he could do things himself. He felt young and much more powerful than before. Naruto didn't reply but simply fell back, diving into a free fall. Nagato didn't bother looking. We have gotten the attention of the great nations. We must use it wisely. But if anyone threatens us, they will face our wrath. Would you have killed Jiraiya-sensei? If he came into the village, he would have known that pain is me. We don't know what decision he would have taken. We are the Akatsuki. As his former students, he would have taken the decision to rid of us himself if we posed a threat to the shinobi world. Somewhere along the sea, Ino stared at Naruto with hands folded across her chest. The Uzumaki was lying on a chair, head facing up, eyes closed. He seemed so relaxed she could almost stab him. Why are these people with us? She glared at the redhead sitting beside him. She too lay, fully immersing herself in the warm sun rays. Karen wasn't the only other person in the large luxurious ship that was reserved for kings and feudal lords. There was also a snake in the ship. Naruto opened his eyes. Those ripples made Ino flinch. She wasn't used to them. She was used to those blank blue orbs that always contained mystery and sometimes mirth. Karen is a prisoner of mine. Yeah, right. Relax, Ino. Karen sat up. We're going on a long journey. At the pace of this ship, we'll be stuck in the sea for at least a month. You're not going to be pouting all the time, are you? If I have to see you every day? Sure, why not? You two enjoy misery. You really deserve each other. And just like that, she departed from the deck. It took a couple of moments, but Ino took her place. The tension in her body eased slowly, and she allowed her eyes to close. The sound of waves splashing into the boat, a distant sound of sea birds. The warm fragrance of salt water. She allowed herself to be lost in the sea of nature. And the tension completely disappeared and she finally relaxed. If you were going to miss Sakura this much, you could have dragged her along. But I'm not sure she would have appreciated leaving the fantasy husband behind. Naruto's voice reached without the usual amusement he had over Sakura's obsessions. It caused her to open her right eye and glance over at him. His eyes were closed once more. He seemed so relaxed and free that she thought he might be someone who just got released from prison. When was the last time she saw him this way? I'm more sorry for your boyfriend. He doesn't have anyone in Konoha. It's really sad. A fault of his making. That's new. I thought you were just the jealous type who wouldn't let him play with others. Ha ha ha, well, it is kind of sad. Naruto paused, slowly opening his eyes. But I have you. Who knows, maybe when you go back to visit your parents, you'll find her happily pregnant with Sasuke's offspring to begin the restoration of the Uchiha clan. Don't joke about that. She'd actually do that. Wouldn't be surprising, but that isn't our business. Naruto shrugged indifferently. We have our happy lives ahead of us, he said, holding out his left hand. Ino felt it and took it. He ushered her to him, and shifted to the side, making space for her. She lay on her side, as did he, and he had both hands wrapped around her. Now I really wish we were alone, he whispered. Are you thinking about something naughty? Why? He asked, kissing her on the back of her neck. We could throw Kabuto into the sea. It's not like he doesn't deserve it after what he put me through. I could have Karen implant Obito's eye and then teleport her back to Yuzu. She could keep the Kyuubi company. I'm worried you sound serious. Naruto chuckled. Would you complain if I was? I suppose not. But I'd be happier if I get to throw Kabuto myself. Let's stop before I seriously consider it, Naruto said, pulling Ino closer. Ino giggled. She had her eyes closed, enjoying his warmth, feeling his breath over her neck. Please don't teach our children that kind of twisted thing. Are you saying I'm twisted? I'm saying you're mad. But I love you, just as mad as you are. Naruto smiled. Thank you, and I love you, even though you were once a Sasuke fangirl. She nudged him slightly. What a way to ruin a good moment. Sorry. He laughed. Couldn't help it. He fell silent for a moment. Would you have been happier if you were back at Konoha? Don't worry about that. Choices have to be made. I would have had to eventually leave home. She paused. You weren't training me when you took me away for those 2 years with Sasuke, weren't you? She accused, eyes fully opened. You give me too much credit. Meanwhile, Karen stepped into a cabin. The center, small black orbs of chakra floated just above the floor in a circle. The foot of a wooden cross was rooted to the center of the circle. Naruto was nailed on the cross by multiple black rods. Half the body was covered by what was like a blank ink, but it was the person they had come to know as Zetsu. There was no escape for him. The reason he was even still alive was because he couldn't be cut down to death, and Naruto thought sealing him was a risk, and so, he was going to be vaporized. But he needed some answers first. But the thing wouldn't talk no matter what. Though, he seemed pissed off his plan had been foiled when he was so close. When she heard footsteps behind her, she frowned deeply. I warned you not to walk in behind me. Kabuto chuckled, a little bit darkly. I'm not going to hurt you. I won't forget you once had me locked in a prison. She glared at him. You can even wipe that smile off your face. You're going to die horribly one day. Really, he was going to die a horrible death. Kabuto did not reply to this but stood beside her, watching Black Zetsu. An interesting creature, isn't he? Just attached to you and he can control your body, almost like a parasite. Karen wasn't going to deny this much. It was nothing like what Orochimaru could create. Zetsu didn't appear to be bound by the lifespans of humans. He wasn't human to begin with. He was just a mass of something. It didn't seem like you could hurt him. The sadistic bastard beside her was greedily waiting for them to arrive to their destination before starting to cut him up to study him. Maybe there could be answers to the immortality Orochimaru desired. They seemed to be willing to discard their humanity for this goal. I'm really curious about what he planned to do. But we will know eventually. She turned away and left Kabuto, closing the door behind her. And that concludes the final part of this story. Thank you for spending your time here at Ichiraku Ramen and listening all the way to the end. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows the shinobi world to continue through new adventures and alternate timelines. If you enjoyed Naruto Corrupted, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss future stories. Once again, full credit goes to the Omnipresent Sage, the original writer of this story. If you would like to read the original version, you can find the link to the story in the description below. Let me know in the comments what story you would like to hear next. Until the next time, stay safe, and I'll see you again at Ichiraku Ramen.